Good morning, colleagues. It's 9 o'clock. Time for our meeting. I hope everybody had a wonderful long weekend. And um, today is going to be a long day. As you've seen, we will start today at 9, and then when we finish with the first session, we will then continue at 3 o'clock again with the next section of the discussions with the CMAs. Can I ask that we observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. Apologies, Nosipo.
Good morning, Chairperson. There is an apology for the minister. She's in Russia attending an international economic forum. There's also an apology from Mr. Numal, the member of the committee. He's not well. That's all, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Who is leading the department? Is it Honorable Mahlobo, Deputy Minister Mahlobo? Are you leading the delegation?
Good morning, Chairperson.
No, you're not the Deputy Minister, Honorable Reddy. I'll give you opportunity now. I'm asking a question quickly. Yes, Honorable Mahlobo.
Morning, Your Excellency Chairperson, Person, and the members and the team, DMC Klulu, and our DG. I'm indeed leading the delegation supported by DMC Klulu. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome to you and all the CMAs. And also, is the DG available today?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, I'm here in the boardroom with our fee team.
Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome to you and your team as well. Colleagues, welcome to each and every one of you as well. Honorable Reddy, you've got your hand up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I thought, let me raise this now, and then there could be a possibility that we might ask the presenters to take these presentations back and redraft them so that we then have another meeting, because I'm concerned that certain key information is not contained in any of the APPs. And my questions then are all related to the same thing. So let me just tell you what I'm talking about. The first is I find that there's missing information, especially in terms of the boards. These entities all operate with boards. We don't have information about the board members, who they are, their attendance records, their qualifications and or their experience, their term durations, and of course their remuneration packages. I think this is critical for us because ultimately these boards play a sort of a oversight role in our absence. So we need to ensure that these boards are effective, and if they are doing their job, then we don't really have to worry much. I also find that in terms of the performance indicators, there's a lot of ambiguity in the way the reports are compiled, all APPs across the board. For example, you find that there is no comparison with previous year's performance. I find very little references to previous year's performances. So how then do we measure that? And the most important thing, Chair, is the role of these catchment agencies vis-a-vis the role of water boards. I just couldn't help think about, as I went through all these APPs, the duplication of what's happening, because you've got a water board and then you've got a catchment agency, when the water board could very well do the very same job of these catchment agencies. It's almost like a duplication and a waste of effort and a lot of money, because the cost of these agencies amount to about R1 billion, 810 million rands to be precise. And to think that we have them at the same time we're having water boards, which could very well do the same type of job. I just want to know, Chairperson, if we shouldn't ask these presenters to take these back and come back to us with all of this information. Thank you very much.
Honorable Reddy, thank you for your concerns. Let's deal with the presentations and then see where there is shortfall and deal with that when we get to those. Maybe there is an explanation on each of them. I would also request that the Deputy Minister also speak on your concerns about the CMAs and their function. Maybe that is something that they could explain to you. So let's continue with the work. We take note of what you have said. I think there's a lot of questions out of this that could be answered. So if you don't mind, let's continue, and then we will deal with these at the end of the day. Honorable Ditebe, you are also noted. I would like to start with the presentations, but I'll give you the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
Chairperson, good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, everyone. Chairperson, I think, as you've correctly said, we must allow the agencies to present. As they present, there will be realization on the part not only of Honorable Reddy, but the other members, of the extent to which the catchment management agencies actually are part of the ecosystem, not only of the dams, but the rivers and everything else, but in particular, the rivers and the dams. I do not agree that this is a duplication, and I think the scientists will explain how these agencies complement the rivers or the river system, and obviously from the river to the dam, from the dam to the reticulation network of water service authorities. With respect, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I can't let
I'll
this
come
go
to you,
because
Honorable
this
Reddy.
becomes like a regular thing with Ditebe. He must have the last word on issues. Resolved, we said we'll have the presentation. No need for inside comments. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy.
He loves his voice.
Let's not play politics now. Let's do our work that we need to do. Honorable Dlelanga, is it on the same topic?
Yes, Chair, if you can allow me, it's on the same topic.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and you, Chair. Chair, I want to appeal that let's allow the presentations they've already alluded. As a principle of this committee, if there are issues that we feel that there are gaps, we can request that after information to be submitted, as usually do, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to continue now with the presentations. I'm going to allow 20 minutes per presentation to each and every one of them. Please, it is the first time that you do your presentation. Don't do a verbatim presentation. Highlight your presentation. There will be questions asked to you directly, and it will be a one-on-one question. Members will have 3 questions. You will reply immediately, and if there is shortcoming, we will deal with that shortcoming when we experience that shortcoming. Minister, I'm handing over now to you to lead the CMAs into this discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, Omperson, and the team, and all honorable members. We also convey our greetings to DMC Tlulu, the Director General of the Department, Sean Phillips, supported by the DDG and the provincial heads, where these catchment management agencies, they are touching their water management areas. The first 3 catchment management agencies that you will take this morning is the BOCMA CMA. Is chaired by Mr. Mnisi Umvuleni, supported by the CEO, Mr. Jan van Staden. And in the past, Chair, this CMA is not a new CMA. Remember with a Breede audits that was there before. Now they are referred as BOCMA. We are also having Inkomati-Usuthu Cash Management Agency, covering certain parts of Mpumalanga and certain parts towards KwaZulu-Natal. It's chaired by Ms. Carol Zulu. Chairperson, we want to indicate that we have a new CEO who has just been appointed by Cabinet. He has just started now in the beginning of June. Mohema Mongane is our CEO. Then there's a Limpopo Olifants CMA. It's a new CMA that we're just operationalizing it right now. The board is chaired by Advocate Mueng, and the acting Chief Executive Officer is Mr. Matebula. On behalf of the Minister, Chair, we join you and the leaders of our country to bow our heads and put everybody in prayers, especially in the Eastern Cape, that were affected by the inclement weather. And we are very pleased by the leadership provided by President, the premiers, and all other stakeholders, including civil society, on the question of the rescue mission and other matters that are being attended to, including the role that is being played by our Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Phemi Majudin. We come to you, Chairperson. It's going to be important that every time we do this presentation, in the meantime, while I'm just making an overview, I'm going to ask DG Sean Phillips to insert a slide. There's a slide that we always share with you, including the Auditor General, on the water value chain. The Department of Water and Sanitation, we are quite aware, is covered by the National Water Act and is covered by the Water Services Act. Those are the principal legislation we do. The National Water Act, in the main, it has everything to deal about issues of water security and also the issues on how water resources must be managed in our country, especially from the ecosystem until it arrives in the water system, which is our catchment. In the main is water resources. There is that biggest work that the department does around the question of water resource planning, water resource development, and water resources management for the issues of water security, so that we can guarantee our country that at no point around the issues of assurance of supply or availability can be threatened. And this is the work we've been doing over years. And in other words, you have institutions that are helping the minister around the question of water management, conservation, development, including the issues of dealing with issues of protection of the resource. These functions, Chair, we are aware that we have a presence in provinces. We call them regional offices. Since time immemorial, they've been running the department, a number of functions that are there, and we will show how it looks like. But then the Water Services Act, in the main, it deals with the issues of provision. The provision from the bulk system, in other words, from the treatment system, and that treatment system normally starts with the issues of water services, the water services entity or utilities called the water boards, a clear creature of statehood. The water boards are a clear creature of statute in terms of the Water Services Act. They have nothing to do with any water resource management function unless it is delegated to do so. Then you have your water services authorities in the same value chain that are empowered in terms of the Water Services Act, the Municipal Systems Act, and the Structures Act, that are in the main managed by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, with other associated cross-cutting legislation. That will include from the water boards in terms of the bulk until to the reticulation, which is then the retail. Honorable members, it's going to be very important that we work in terms of principle of integrated water resource management. In other words, when we actually plan water resource infrastructure, you know that this department has the capabilities of entities that helps the minister. Planning happens in our own department, like we've presented our APP before. Implementation gets to be done by other two agencies that reports to the minister. 100% are ministerial entities. We have one ministerial entity called the Special Purpose Vehicle, which is the creature of an act of parliament. It's called the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, whose work it goes beyond the initial function of the Trans-Caledon work that includes Lesotho. They are doing a number of work. Equally, we have our own construction unit that actually get to be assigned by the ministry to ensure that most of these big water resource infrastructure that are meant for water security in our land are actually being built, they are managed, they are operated for strategic users and other users. Those are the institutions that we actually looking in terms of the development. But there are institutions in terms of water resource management, the creation of the statute. You have organizations that were there in terms of the old Irrigation Act. We have irrigation boards. Irrigation boards are in the main mostly agricultural in terms of being sectorial. These irrigation boards, they are found in various parts of our country. They look after water resource infrastructure. They've been able to manage it well over time, except that there were challenges, historical challenges around issues of transformation and inclusivity. In the main, there were white males, even white women were not involved. And over time, after the advent of the National Water Act, we agreed that these institutions at a local level, they must be transformed to become water user association. That is actually below the sub-CMA level, below the water management area. These are the institutions that report to the minister. Themselves too, they are created by the National Water Act. In other words, they are part of water resource management aspect. Then there was an issue, which is an international doctrine, that water management, so that you don't leave anybody behind, it's best to manage water management at a decentralized level in terms of water resource management as part of integrated water resource management principle and philosophy and doctrine. They said it becomes easier for all water users, whether is it domestic water users, whether it is industrial and other sectors that they are there. They manage the water in terms of the catchment, which is a water management area. It's a CMA. The CMAs are actually government entities, but they belong to the people. In other words, nobody can claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Therefore, you have the CMAs. CMA's function is not a new function. This department, since 1998, when the National Water Act came through, the provincial offices, we used to call them regional offices, interchangeable regional or provincial offices. They do manage the issues of water resources, management, development, protection, which is the requirements of the National Water Act. They've been doing this work as a proto-CMA. For you to perform the CMA function, you need an overarching strategy. The overarching strategy or the blueprint of management of water in South Africa is called the National Water Resource Strategy. That is continuously updated every 5 years. The National Water Resource Strategy is a requirement in terms of the National Water Act that we must do. The very same thing that you do in terms of integrated resource plan around the question of energy. We also have our own in terms of our water mix. Therefore, that National Water Resource Strategy, how much water is available, what do we need to do to meet the demand, the imperatives of the climate change, and any other matter that is related, whether hydrological issues and so forth, is an important component of the National Water Resource Strategy. But you cannot be in a position to manage water nationally and exclude people. That's why at regional level, you need to have your cash management strategies, just on the water resource side, not on the water services side, because on the water services side, you know that each province must produce its water and sanitation master plan. Each municipality, in their IDP, they must have a water services plan. Therefore, you know that in terms of the National Water Act, we should have created catchment management agencies as part of democratic participation of our people at all levels around water resource management. It has taken us time. At a particular point, we established the first CMAs in Mpumalanga and in the Western Cape. The one in Mpumalanga is called Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency. It has been in place for some time, and the Breede Olifants, they've been there and they've been doing well, both in terms of governance, they are stable, in terms of performance, and the delegated functions that are given in the Act. Their initial functions to engage all the water users in that particular area. They are actually more responsible to ensure that there's a catchment management strategy, the water is managed, is protected, and so forth. They are also even dealing with issues of water allocation, not of strategic nature. The one that is of strategic or national importance, it remains with the ministry so that we can ensure that issues of transformation redress, including issues of economic development, are not actually being messed up. Later on, you will know, Honorable Chair, we have been with us for some time now. There was a delay over a number of administrations. And when there were delays over a number of administration, a decision when we became the new minister again in 2022, we decided to complete this task. This task is an instruction in an injunction by the National Water Act that we agreed until we changed the Act. But it's also captured in terms of the country's development plan, which is the NDP. It's also in line with the SDGs around water management. Then we're to bring in the other agencies that we'll speak to, whether it's the Limpopo, Olifants, CMAs, and the others you'll deal with in the afternoon. These are new. When they are new, Chairperson, we are at a two-stage processes. We are rolling out CMAs at a pace and the scale we can afford. One of the first things you do when you establish these institutions is to actually appoint boards, and the boards have been appointed. The overview of the department will demonstrate that. And we're very, very grateful that the boards are in place. The number of CMAs were initially we thought we'll do 19 of them, but because of our growth and maturity around water management in the country, we have actually seen how hydrologically certain water management areas are mostly linked or integrated. We have reduced them. the numbers into fewer CMAs, and the DG will indicate that it's a decision that is not political. They don't do what we call it, they actually wall-to-wall. We don't use wall-to-wall in terms of water. In terms of water, we look at the relationship in terms of hydrological relationship and the correlationship that happens, because water, Chair, it does not know any boundaries. It does not even know any ideology. It flows. And then there are linkages in terms of the system. Therefore, these others that we have operationalized in 2022, 2023, they all have boards. We have just completed to have all of them to have boards. The second position we're dealing with now is to establish the institution in terms of the administrative capabilities. In the main, you will see that CEOs have been appointed, but we still have to deal with the entire issues of staffing. And the delegations are being given on the basis of capacity from time to time. When the CMA is more matured, apart from performing the interim functions that are clearly stated in the National Water Act, then additional functions are given. And in the overview, you'll have a sense to say, how have we done? We are very pleased that they've done well, especially the two old ones. The new ones, they need to be incubated. It does not mean that the new ones, if they have not taken the full function, the functions are not done. The provincial heads are here. They remain responsible to do the work of proto-CMAs. There is a transitional plan, but there are also issues of staffing, because there are people in the department who have been performing this work over the last 8 years, Chairperson, and they've performed it very well. Some of them, they will have to migrate into these institutions, and you can't just send them without following the laws of our land when it comes to employees, whether it's the Labor Relations Act, issues around basic conditions of employment. Very, very important we do that. Then the last point I wanted to indicate before I hand over to DG Phillips, there are issues around viability of the institutions we create, how viable we are. One of the issues that is very important, there is a funding mechanism. In the meantime, when they start, Chairperson, they are actually funded from the main account in the department. We transfer the monies as the department, but these monies, Chairperson, where do they come from? They come from water use charges, and water use charges, Chair, you know, they are part of the pricing strategy. There are three components around water use charges. There is a developmental charge of the development of a water resource. That's the money in the main we get. But in the water use charges, Chair, there's a bulk water charge. The one around the treatment of water, that normally the water boards come to the minister for concurrence to do that. Then there's the last one, which is the retail charge. This is where the funding is. There are going to be challenges around viability because of a culture, Chairperson, of non-payment by a number of users. Remember, in the main, when the municipalities don't pay, Chairperson, it has an impact on the water boards. And the water boards, they get water from the department or from the CMAs going forward. Then the CMAs or the department will not be paid. That's the matter that threatens the viability. With your guidance, we are attending the matter of the viability of the water sector. So to those who are supposed to pay, they must pay. But to those who cannot afford it, the state must be able to cushion them. My apology took a little bit longer, but it is necessary that we are on the same page around institutional arrangement in terms of our ecosystem, from the water resource side, from the bulk water treatment until to the retail component. With your permission, we'll quickly do a summarized version by DG Sean Phillips around the question of the overview of the entities. Then the entities themselves, under your guidance, they will make their short presentation, the chairs and the CEOs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I must also just apologize. Honorable Setole is in a cabinet meeting this morning, so he also is not on the meeting as he's got other commitments. My apology for that late announcement. DG, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Deputy Minister. I'm going to ask our Director for Institutional Oversight, Eustathia Ophilatos, to make the presentation. But before she does that, I'm just putting up the slide that the Deputy Minister asked us to put up to clarify roles and responsibilities in the sector and the different role of the CMAs versus the water boards. In terms of the Constitution, water is partly a national function and partly a local government function. And then the subsidiary legislation, primarily being the National Water Act and the Water Services Act, further spells out those constitutional requirements. National's responsibilities primarily result to regulating water use and water sources, issuing dam licenses, owning and operating large dams, and regulating and supporting water services authorities. There are various national institutions which have been created in order to implement those national functions. Our own infrastructure branch and our water trading entity own the dams currently and collect the revenue from the sale of raw water. The TCTA was established to borrow money on the markets for investment in national water resource infrastructure because national departments aren't allowed to borrow. So we needed an entity that can have borrowing powers in terms of the PFMA, which was the TCTA. However, that has resulted in a fragmented situation where the ownership of the national dams, the revenue collection, and the borrowing are all done in different places. We'll be able to manage it more effectively and efficiently and raise more money on the markets if those are all in one place, and that is why we're creating the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, whose mandate in terms of the Act, which has now been passed by Parliament, is to own, manage and develop national water resource infrastructure. But as indicated by the Deputy Minister, we also have other responsibilities in terms of the National Water Act. And the National Water Act says that some of those responsibilities need to be carried out by these institutions called catchment management agencies. So this is not a new kind of institution that we've thought up and are putting in place. This institution has been there in the National Water Act since it was passed in the late 1990s. And the reason why the National Water Act said that the CMA should be created as separate entities is because the authors of the National Water Act and Parliament at the time recognized that water is very much a local function. It's not like electricity. You don't have a single water grid in the country. There are almost 1,000 different water supply systems, all fed from different catchments. So you can have severe water shortages in one area of the country and an excess of water in another area of the country. And all the different catchments need to be managed differently. So it's best to have local water user involvement in catchment management because it's local water users who have the most interest in ensuring that their catchments are properly managed. And that's why it was in the legislation that this catchment management agency should be set up with representation of local stakeholders, local water users on their boards, the main local water users on their boards, so that there can be efficient and effective local management of catchments. Now, those catchment management functions don't have anything related to the supply of water. They're about managing catchments and regulating catchments and ensuring that the catchments are protected in such a way that our rivers have clean water in them and adequate water in them. So that includes, for example, taking action against polluters, and it includes, for example, ensuring that water isn't over-abstracted from the water sources by the different water users. Then, in terms of the Constitution, the actual delivery of water to local businesses and residents is a municipal function in its entirety. But the Water Services Act recognized that It would be inefficient for all the municipalities in a province like Gauteng, for example, to invest in their own individual bulk water supply. So the Water Services Act provides for the creation of water boards to put in place bulk municipal water services as a support function to municipalities. So, for example, in Gauteng, it would be very expensive for every municipality in Gauteng to duplicate the kind of infrastructure Rand Water has in place to treat and store water. It's much more efficient for there to be a single water board servicing the municipalities in Gauteng. You get huge economies of scale from doing that. And that's why water boards were created. And their sole function in terms of the Water Services Act is to provide a bulk municipal water service to municipalities. So that is a function which is very different to the CMA's function, which is a function prescribed by the National Water Act. The water board's functions are prescribed by the Water Services Act. The water boards provide a water service delivery function on behalf of, or as a service to municipalities, whereas the CMAs are involved in catchment management, which is a regulatory function in terms of the National Water Act. I hope that, Chair, clarifies the roles and responsibilities of CMAs versus water boards. And now I'd like to hand over to Eustacia to take us briefly through an overview of the CMAs. Eustacia.
Thank you, DG. In response to Honourable Breede, I think it's important to say that the issues related to the CMA boards, such as attendance, qualifications, and efficiencies, are addressed in the will be addressed in the 24-25 annual report, which is currently being audited by the Auditor General. In terms of the APP information of previous years, that is covered in the 23-24 annual report of the department, because the 4 CMAs, VOCMA, LOCMA, MTCMA, and PUCMA were not established, and the work was done by the proto CMAs in the department. To start with a quick overview of the presentations, and I think a lot has been covered by DM and the DG, but just to go through a quick overview. The Constitution of South Africa entrusts the Minister of Water and Sanitation with the custodianship of the national water resources to ensure equitable, sustainable management. The National Water Act makes provision for the establishment of catchment management agencies in Chapter 7, and the CMA performs water resource management functions as stated here in Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and Chapter 14. And the mechanism used by the CMAs to recover costs has been mentioned is the pricing strategy. In 1997, there was a national water policy developed, which provided for the establishment of catchment management agencies. And the main mandate for this was to promote equitable access to water, redress past racial and gender discrimination, facilitate social and economic development using water, and decentralizing local water resource management. This policy was legislated through the National Water Act and stated that CMAs must be established. The main functions of CMAs are to advise and protect, and they are the initial functions under Section 80 of the National Water Act, is to advise, protect, use, conserve, develop, and manage water resources in each water management area, to develop a catchment management strategy, to ensure that there is alignment and coordination in water-related activities for water users and water management institutions, so that there is alignment and integrated planning, and most importantly, that communities participate in all these water resource management decisions. What is very important about CMAs is that they ensure that local communities and local water users are involved in these water resource management functions. Under number 3, investigate and advise the protection of water resources. What is very important is that monitor the implementation of resource quality objectives, look at river health and alien invasive species, maintain and restore the economic infrastructure. In terms of regulation of water use, the importance is that we authorize water use, there's compliance and monitoring of enforcement of licensing and of pollution and disaster management. And in terms of monitoring system, ensuring that monitoring of our local water resources happens so that we can measure and implement enforcement and enforcement. The National Water Act indicates that where a CMA is not established, the minister acts like a CMA. And that's what we have been doing in terms of establishing and ring-fencing proto-CMAs. There are two CMAs that are fully operational, and those were established around 2005 and 2007. And the remainder were performed by the proto-CMAs in the department. The National Water, what is happening since the proclamation of the National Water Act, and I think this is a very important slide. The National Water Strategy, the first edition, divided the country according to natural hydrological areas, which were 19. So there were 19 water management areas in the first National Water Resource Strategy published in 2004. In the second and third National Water Resource Strategy, we amalgamated these 19 water management areas from 9 to currently 6. And that was mainly due to the economies of scale. The amalgamation of these water management areas from 9 to 6 is based on main stem rivers and strategic tributaries of the country. And I'll talk about it further on in one of the slides. But for example, the Orange River is the main stem with the Vaal River as its tributaries, and that is one water management areas. In Inkomati, the main stem is the Usuthu and its tributary as its tributary, and that is one water management area, and the IUCMA is the managing institution for that water management area. Why CMA should be separate entities instead of being part of the department, and I think a lot of it was mentioned already by the DM and the DG, but the implementation of CMAs as separate entities support the National Water Act principles of involving local communities in water resource management. The benefits for this separation is the appointment of governing boards represent stakeholder interests within the water management areas. The affected stakeholders participate in the consultation process and decision-making of the CMAs because they are involved in developing the catchment management strategy. And the locally water management institutions are more responsive to local needs in their areas. They foster local accountability and ownership of water resources, and they draw and mobilize skills, expertise in that area. I think I've mentioned some of these functions that are detailed in the pricing strategy, but these are the main functions that the CMAs perform. And the first one is the development of the catchment management strategy. And as we know, it's aligned to the National Water Resource Strategy. The CMS gets approved by the minister for the CMA to gazette as a public entity, as a public document. Other important functions, and I think river health maintenance and restoration of ecological infrastructure to improve water resources is currently a critical one. And the CMAs are focusing in improving the river health by removing alien vegetation. Hydrology and hydrology, of course, measuring and ensuring that we transfer water from one area to the other, and looking at the water water allocation and verifications are critical because we need that to allocate water resources. I think also pollution incidents and managing disasters and enforcement is also a critical part of the CMA functions. Like I mentioned earlier on in one of the slides, these are the 6 water management areas. For every water management area, there is a CMA that's been established. And the CMAs, the CMA institutions are wall-to-wall. However, like was mentioned by DM, they manage the water, the rivers, and that are integrated. For example, the Vaal and the Orange River, which is an integrated system, and in Limpopo, the Crocodile and the Lavuvu-Letaba. Next slide. Catchments can be divided into subcatchments, and similarly, several subcatchments can be integrated into a single catchment. And these catchments then, a few of these catchments become a water management area. And as also mentioned earlier, we have amalgamated the water management areas from 19 to 9 to 6. And The main reason for reducing these water management areas was to reduce costs associated with many institutions, to achieve economies of scale of having fewer institutions, and to be able to oversee and make sure that they implement their work. The progress so far for operationalizing of the CMAs, like I mentioned earlier, 2 CMAs, the IU CMA and Bokma, have been established and are fully operational, and they were established about 15 years ago. The 4 CMAs, the Val Orange, the Inkomati-Usuthu, the Limpopo Olifants, and the Inkomati-Usuthu have just recently been established in 2023 and 2024. The boards of these 4 CMAs have also been appointed, and the last one was the Inkomati-Usuthu that we appointed in January 2025. All of the boards have got CEs. If they don't have a CE, Val Orange has the CE, Ms. Mary Lerato. But where there are no CEs, we've got an interim CEs in place to help us through the transitional phase. During this transitional period, the CMAs are still supported by the department, as staff are still working in the department doing their water resource management functions, making all CMAs operational, but being done within the department. To support the operationalization of these CMAs, we have drafted and entered into a memorandum of understanding, and this has been signed by the department, the DG, and the CEs of each of the entities, so that there is a clear protocol and accountability of implementing the functions. In terms of HR and ongoing consultation with organized labor, the transfer agreement has recently been signed by the DG, the CEs of the CEOs, and also by organized labor, and we're currently in the process of operationalizing the transfer agreement. These next 2 slides are just more detail. Maybe I can look at the Val Orange and say that Cabinet concurred on the appointment of the board members in November 2023, and their appointment became effective from the 1st of December 2023, so it's a new entity. Therefore, like I mentioned earlier in response to Honourable Breede, that the issues in that were covered in the 23-24 annual report. The chief executive is Ms. Lerato Maraka, and there is also a CFO appointed, Ms. Vanessa Lamola, and we have a memorandum of understanding signed between the DG and Cs, like mentioned. And we've got details for each one of these for these CMAs. However, Honourable Breede, we can provide you with the information after the meeting around the board members and their detailed information for the portfolio committee to have and assess. Thank you. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you, Eustacia. Just to add one point, Chairperson, is that the contents of the APPs that are going to be presented to the Portfolio Committee are prescribed, they're regulated by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So we can't just decide, and the CMAs can't just decide what information to put in and what to put out and what not to put in. So the contents of these APPs are exactly as prescribed by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Similarly, the annual reports, the contents are prescribed by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and we're not allowed to deviate from that. So we can't put information which belongs in the annual report, for example, in the APPs. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, with your permission now, with your permission, you will guide us around the question of the presentation of the summary presentation of these annual performance plans for the 3 CMAs. As I've indicated, the Breede audit CMA is led by Nisi, supported by the CE Van Staden, who has been doing a good job for over years with clean audits. And then Ms. Zulu, she's leading Inkomati-Usuthu CMA, supported by the new CE Mongane, led by Advocate Moeng. And in the context, when you receive the APP, you might not have certain baseline issues like DGS said, but supported by Matebula, who has been in the water sector all his life, but he has been seconded to be our interim CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then start with the Breede Olifants CMA with their presentation? May I ask, will 15 minutes be sufficient for you to do your brief presentation, or do you need a little bit longer?
I think 15 minutes, Chair, we can push because most of the issues around context, what, they don't have to repeat them.
Thank you very much.
The issues that myself and the DG have led on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now continue with the Breede Olifants, the Bokma. So can we ask Bokma then to continue with their presentation? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and of course, dear Mahlobo, the various honorables, the DG, the officials of the department, and of course the various board members. Good morning to you all. Bongani Mnisi, Chairperson of the Breede Olifants Catchment Management Agency. Of course, Chair, we're going to try and push this presentation and facilitate any comments right at the end. Thank you, Chair. I've got with me here Mr. Van Staden, supported by Ms. Mngoma, the CFO, should there be any financial related questions that we may need to clarify. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and through you, I call for Mr. Van Staden to proceed.
Mr. Van Staden, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the honorable members of the committee. Good morning to the DM, to the DG, and everybody else. Chairperson, the thing, it looks to me I don't have control over the presentation. Can somebody just move the slide down? Thank you. And then here, okay, just stop there, please, now, because I must fit in everything in 15 minutes. It was already said, but okay, can we stop there? Okay. I just want to mention the middle circle here. This is all linked to what the CMI must actually do to be successful. The BOCMA exists to manage water resources responsibly through continuous engagement with all stakeholders and to devolve decision-making to the lowest level for the benefit of all water users in the Breede Olifants water management area, including the environment. That's a summary of what the BOCMA is doing and what the CMI is supposed to do. Next slide, please. Here's the overview of the Breede Olifants water management area. We exist, it was already said, because there was an amalgamation of the Breede Gourits water management area and the Berg Olifants water management area. So previously in the Western Cape province, there were 2 water management areas. Now there is 1. The new area of the BOCMA is bounded by the Atlantic Ocean to the southwest, the Orange water management area to the north, and Msimbubo-Tsitsikamma water management area to the east. It largely falls in the Western Cape province, but there are small portions that is part of the Eastern Cape and also part of the Northern Cape province. The 4 large rivers within the BOCMA area are the Breede, the Berg, the Gourits, and the Olifants rivers. Next slide, please. This is the map. The Breede Olifants CMA in the BOCMA is sitting right at the southern part of this beautiful country, and the color on my screen is like a purple color. Next one, please. Just the local authorities and the district municipalities in the area of the BOCMA. In total, there are 25 local municipalities, including the big one, the city of Cape Town. And there are 4 district municipalities: Cape Wineland, Central Karoo, Garden Route, Overberg, and West Coast. It's actually 5. Next slide, please. Then this important of the BOCMA is around. The one is adherence to corporate governance. The other one is actually the core function of a CMI. the protection and use of water resources. Then effective and efficient water resource institutions. It was said already institutions like irrigation boards and water user associations. And then outcome number 4, effective stakeholder commitment. This is important because without the buy-in of our stakeholders, you actually cannot do successful water resource management. So to our program, administration program, so the outcome was set already, adherence to corporate governance requirements. And here there are things of like a number of financial policies reviewed, number of human resource policies reviewed, and what we're going to do this current year for 2025, 2026. And things like when you look at what is the human resource policies, things like leave, bursary, drug and substance abuse, etc. It's all a link what is actually required to run a successful organization with regards to your human resource. Then we want to develop a communication strategy. I mean, this is critical. How do you communicate with the stakeholders in your water management area? Because if you don't do that, you cannot get buy-in. Then information systems availability. The CMAs are operating in a very high level of technology and interconnectedness. So it's important that process and availability of systems must be in place all the time. Otherwise, you cannot function efficient and effectively. Next slide, please. Then continue number of approved audit plans. What you must do as an organization, your internal external auditing. Then percentage of procurement budget spent on SMMEs, preferential procurement, is a very important element of the BOCMA, and there are our targets. Next slide, please. Then the part that's the lifeblood of the BOCMA is the whole thing of financial control and sustainability. Here, there are new indicators like a debtor's payment days, 165 days, creditors payment days, it's still 30 days, your current ratio 2:1, and then the important one, percentage of water resource management charges collected. Our target for this year is 80%. The target of the previous year was 78%. And this is, like I said before, the lifeblood. The water users, they need to pay the water resource management charges. Otherwise, the BOCMA cannot be sufficient and sustainable going forward. But it's also from the BOCMA side, if in general the experience, if you deliver a very good water resource management service in your water management area, there is a tendency of water users to more readily pay. So it's important to us to speed up, keep our service delivery high, so that water use managers can continue to pay. Next slide, please. This is all still linked to HR, human resources. Just mentioned the last block here. Percentage of funded vacant posts filled, and the target of the BOCMA over all the years was always 90%, and normally the practice is we achieve that, and we continue to actually expand and to fill our organogram to make additional capacity available. Then we go to the water resource management programs. These are actually the core functions of the BOCMA. The number one is to develop the plan. How we're going to manage this water management area, and that was said by the DM. Is we call it the development of the catchment management strategy. It just put a plan together how we're going to manage water resource allocation, etc., of our area. And of course, to develop this, you need absolutely the steering and the guidance of all the local stakeholders. You must try to include everybody in this process. Then there's also the matter of we're doing availability studies in certain catchment. It's important to know what is the water balances, for example. because if you know there's still additional water, you can allocate water. If you know there's a deficit in a catchment, you can do certain steps to bring it back to sustainability of the catchment. Next slide, please. Then the ecology of our rivers is catered in this one. Protection and use of water resources. Here in the Bokma, there are extensive monitoring programs. The first one is the number of rivers. It's not points, rivers, where river eco status monitoring program is implemented. We target for this year for 21. Then there's the next one, number of river system monitor for the implementation of resource-directed measures. We target 5 for this current year. Next slide, please. Then water quality is extremely important in the Bokma area because there's a lot of irrigation, farming, for example, where the farmers need good quality water. And I don't even have to mention the people using water, drinking from the local resource. They must also all the time ensure that the water resources are still clean and is usable for all the different purposes that is required for. Then over our area, we call it a strategic points monitor for water resource quality. So over the whole of the Bokma area, there's 107 points that are monitored on a very routine basis, and where the quality, the outcome of the sampling is available for everybody to see. Then the waste discharge system implemented. That one, this is also additional income stream for a Bokma, where you need to register all the industries and municipalities that dispose of waste, discharge of waste, because that can increase the income of the Bokma, but it also in a way it mitigates and reduce the level of pollution if there are any in your water resources. Then the bottom one is important for in the Bokma area. We call it river rehabilitation. Is the previous slide, please, now? That one right at the bottom, number of river rehabilitation projects funded and technically supported. Our target is 6 for a current year. This was mentioned by previous speakers. In the Western Cape, in the Bokma area, one of our major challenges in a catchment are the level of alien infestation, vegetation in our catchment along our rivers. So in the Bokma, we call it the river rehabilitation project, where we rehabilitate the sides of the rivers to remove alien vegetation and restore those areas of natural vegetation. So in the process, you do many things. You create jobs. I mean, you make extra water available. You restore biodiversity, etc. Next slide, please. Sorry. Then when it comes to the enforcement of regulatory compliance, the Bokma play a role of processing our water use licenses. And because the target, because we only make a recommending role, our target, everything must be done within 74 days in the Bokma area. And our target is 80%. So more or less, it's not 100% because there is a month time lag when you reach the end of the year. But this is extremely important for the Bokma to actually be very efficient and effective in the processing of water use licenses. Because in every water use license, there's an opportunity for a social or economic or a job. Then everything that all the licenses, general authorizations that are issued, of course, it must be registered on the water authorization management system. This is the database of all water registration, and it's from this database that you can actually manage water resources, and all the billing and the invoices are sent out. Next slide, please. Then it was mentioned the whole matter of verification of water use, where we check what was actually the legal water use in the period 1996 to 1998. And by doing that, you give water use assurance of what is actually existing lawful water use. But in the process, you can also see where maybe water is underutilized or overutilized, and then do further action of those type of water that you release or you make free. Then there cannot be an act in general if there's no compliance on monitoring of water use. So in this case, the BOCMA do audits in the local area. Then our target is 86 for the current year. And then also on the block, the last block is we also do enforcement actions in the form of directive, or in certain cases we actually hand the matter over to the police, to the NPA, to take further action to bring adherence to the National Water Act. Next slide, please. I can mention a whole matter of pollution incidents. That's why a CMA is there, to be responsive on the local level. And every time there's a pollution incident that is reported to the BOCMA, there will be a response within 78 hours of reporting. And this hours of reporting, I mean, everything is logged and it can be audited. Next slide, please. Then the third one of the strategic outcome is linked to effective and efficient water resource institutions, because even if the CMA is on a local level, it's always better to have other institutions, water management institutions, that can also assist the CMA in doing certain water resource management functions, because water resource management function and the management of it is actually very challenging and complicated and time and capacity consuming. So that's why it's good to use irrigation boards or water associations to do that part of the function for you. At the end, it can only benefit the area and the water users in general. And like the DM said before, we need to transform all the old irrigation boards into the new act and the new thinking after 1998. And in the BOCMA area, there are only 5 irrigation boards actually remaining that are not transformed into water user associations, and the target actually is to complete this process in this current year. And then what we also, needless to say, the resource poor farmers, I mean, if they come to the BOCMA, since our existence, we provide 100% service to them, technical service, assist in license applications, etc. Then we've still got a program where we fund the installation of rainwater harvesting tanks. This is solely for local, like food garden in the backyard, and our target is 200. And from our visits to previous programs that the BOCMA did, is very successful, these programs, because this local food production, I mean, is providing food for a household, and in many cases what we saw is also when there's additional of these produce, the people can sell it and in a way then make additional income for the family. Next slide, please. Then for a water use associations to operate, for them, they need business plans that they need to develop, just like a CMA develop, that we present now, the annual performance plan. So in these business plan, we can guide them, and this guidance is also coming from the Department of Water and Sanitation. What things are important and must be in the business plan that will help for the country to reach overarching goals. So that is a new indicator. So we target for 5 this current year. And then of course, you need to assess them. The CMA will see how they implement the business plan, how they operate in general, and just assess the water user associations. Next slide, please. Then I think that's critically important for a BOCMA is the whole thing of stakeholder participation. How can you get more stakeholders into the field of water resource management? It's not only about awareness. I mean, it's also about capacity building. Because if the stakeholders in the water management area in general is on your side, then it's actually very easy to do water resource management. But if they do not buy in, then it almost becomes impossible to do successful water resource management. And we focus on very much on the youth, the learners, extensive programs that we implement in schools to highlight water resource management and also what are the issues and what the youth can do, and also maybe in future potential career path for young people, just to make them interested and aware that there's such a thing as water resource management and why it is important. Next slide, please.
Mr. Van Staden, can we conclude, please?
Chairperson, I'm going to hand now over to the CFO just quickly to run past the financials and the figures, if you allow us.
Thank you.
Sanele?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just run quickly to the finances. Our budget has been aligned to two programs, which is administration and governance, as well as water resource management. Under the administration and governance, we have the operational budget, employee cost, and governance. Under the water resource management, it will be the water resource planning, water use, and water resource protection, and the institutional. Next slide, please. Okay. This is an overview of the budget for this current financial year. As I mentioned, that we have two programs under the administration. We've budgeted 68 million. And then under the water resource management, we budgeted 127 million, which gave us a total budget of 196 million. I won't go through each and every item, Chair, due to time constraint. Next budget, please. Okay. For the 196 million, we will get an augmentation from the department of 66 million. And then water resource charges, we are expecting to collect 87 million, which makes 80% of what Yanni has presented. And then the 15 million is coming from the water waste charges. And then interest received from the bank, we are expecting 2.5 million. And then we will have a budget shortfall of 25 million in order to reach the 196 million. Next slide. And then source of funding, as I explained on the slide prior to this one, 33.81% will come from the augmentation, 44.38% will come from the direct billing, water resource charges, 7.69% from the water waste charges, 1.30% will come from the interest received from the bank, and then 12.80% from the departmental fiscal amount, which is the 12.80% is the budget shortfall that I've mentioned to the earlier slide, that in order for us to be able to run all what is expected from us in this current financial year, we requested the department to give us 91 million, but they could not reach that. They only gave us 66 million, which will have a shortfall of 25 million. And then when we talked to the department, they said that later in the year, should we need that 25 million, we must follow the proper procedure, write to them, and then they will act accordingly when their need arise. Thank you, Chair. Next slide. And then out of this 196 million, 125 is going to the employer-related cost. The project of this 196 takes about 12.68%. Goods and services, it's about 20.54%. Repairs and maintenance is 0.13%. Capital outlay, it's 1.89%. Board-related costs, it's 0.93%. That's what constitutes the percentages of this total budget. Okay, our project amounts to 24.9 76%. The 8.5 million is set aside for river rehabilitation project, and then 3.1 million social upliftment, which is rainwater harvesting tank. 4.9 is for public engagement, which is the stakeholders consultation, advertising, and community project. And then we are at the finalization of our VNV. We only set aside 3.8 million. Water quality testing is 1.1 million, water impact studies, 1.5 million, and other project like the grant, it's about 1.7 million. It's all the grant that is related to water activities. So the total project which has been set aside for this financial year is 24 million. Next slide. Okay, in terms of the water resource project, we also have a project of catchment management strategy, which is about 12 million. Water resource assessment, 6.9 million. The total water resource project is 18.9. These projects were the project that we were embarked on last financial year, but we roll over, they overlapped to this financial year. So we are still continuing on those ones. And then budget analysis, if you can compare the prior year together with the current financial year, the project has been reduced by 3.157% due to CMS and also the assessment project of this commitment. Goods and services has been reduced by 8.69% due to cost containment measures that we have been considered. Capital outlay has been reduced by 65% due to having an office space in Cape Town, but due to other unresolved issues, we have put that on standstill so that we can have the resolution from the department. Board-related costs increased by 22.38 to accommodate the skilled board that will be appointed. Next slide. This is a zero-based budget, and national cost containment measures has been considered. Staff cost escalation, we have used the inflation rate to increase all the employee costs related. Vacancies and new posts budgeted on projected placement date that we also considered. The tariffs that we've calculated in order to come to the collection of water resource charges, we have used a pricing strategy and all the volume that has been registered into WOMS. Thank you very much, Chair. I've tried to be quick as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You managed to be quick at the end. Thank you very much. Can we now ask Inkomati to do their presentation, please?
Good morning, Honorable Person, Deputy Ministers Mahlobo and Sihlulo, and also the entire Portfolio Committee. My name is Carol Zulu, the Chairperson of the Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency. Chairperson, I have in the meeting our newly appointed Chief Executive, Mr. Mungana, who will take us through the presentation. I also want to indicate, Chairperson, that we have the full executive in the meeting that will then support the CE in responding, and myself in responding to questions as well. And I think, Chairperson, as per, I think the presentation from Bokba, our presentation will also be summarized, but really is focused on increased stakeholder satisfaction, adherence to corporate governance, maintenance of financial sustainability, and also protection of use of water resources. So I'll now hand over, Chairperson, to our CE to take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister, the board chairs, and the members of the respective boards, the Director General, fellow CEs, and fellow colleagues. Perhaps if I can just show myself, show face, I'm new here, the newly appointed now Special Officer go to representation. So this is what I look like. So I'm Mokhema Mungani, and I'm a newly appointed CEO in this regard. Now, today I have the privilege of presenting the IUCMA's APP and budget for the current financial year, that being the 2025-2026 financial year. And in essence, this presentation covers two key areas, namely the planned programs for the financial year. So that, of course, would be the key the APP targets and the respective projects in that regard. And then, of course, the financial aspects there too. So that's in essence what will be covered in this presentation. And if you go to the next slide, that is then in itself then the very purpose of this presentation. Let's move on then to the next slide. Now, in discussing our agency, it is always wise to begin by mapping out the area within which we operate. And that is exactly what you will find on this slide. And looking at this diagram, you will immediately notice a couple of things. Firstly, you will notice that our water management area consists of 4 key catchments. So namely, that's the Sabi Sand in the north, we have the Crocodile catchment, we have the Usuthu catchment, and the Inkomati catchment in the south. So these are the 4 key catchments that make up our water management area. Furthermore, you will also notice from this diagram that our water management area actually extends beyond the boundaries of our country, as it is shared with the Republic of Mozambique, as well as the Kingdom of Eswatini. And so this, of course, then calls for collaborations with these international stakeholders, which is very important in what we call the Inkomati basin, which is shared. Moving over to the next slide. Now, in preparing this presentation, we thought it would be, or it would also be most appropriate to provide a high-level outline regarding some of the key aspects pertaining to our agency. So these are as follows. So these include the fact that, of course, our agency is a Schedule 3A public entity with the repercussions to that. It is funded through, of course, the grant and the water resource charges in the main. It caters for numerous water users, but very importantly, it is mandated to protect, develop, use, and manage all the respective water resources within our designated area. So that's in essence what we have there. Moving over to the next slide. So having said that, we have also highlighted our overarching legislative and policy framework, cascading all the way from the Constitution to the National Water Act, very important, all the way down to the respective strategic plans in this regard. So these have already been touched in at length. I will not delve too much into that. We move over to the next slide. And then, so given that our entire legislative mandate is derived from the National Water Act, we also saw fit to zoom into this act, thereby fleshing our functions and responsibilities as contained therein. I think this was also highlighted in detail with the previous presentation, but this is in essence what we have here. Moving over to the next slide. So having covered the legislative background, we can now delve into the intricacies of our strategy itself. And accordingly, our strategy is fundamentally anchored upon our vision, our mission, and our values as clearly stipulated herein. Our vision, of course, is to realize sufficient, equitable, quality water resources for all within our designated area. Our mission being to effectively manage water resources, thereby promoting equal access and protecting the environment. And of course, accountability being one of our core values in this regard. Moving over to the next slide. Now, looking at our strategic objectives, our strategy can be decomposed into 4 strategic pillars, referred to herein as the 4 strategic outcomes. The first outcome aims to increase stakeholder satisfaction. I think it has also been emphasized the importance thereof through the various presentations that came before. The second outcome aims to embrace sound corporate governance. Indeed, we have been around for, the CMA has been around for 15 years. I was not there. And then the third outcome deals with financial sustainability, very important. We will talk about the finances later and show how this becomes very key. Whereas the fourth outcome deals with both the protection and use of water resources. So that centers around the key mandate of what we do. Operationally, these four outcomes are executed within two programs, outcome 1 to 3 within program 1, as you see here, and outcome 4 within program 2. So program 1 deals with administrative and governance matters, while program 2 deals with the core aspects of water resource management. And this is, in essence, our revised operating model. Moving over to the next slide. Accordingly, in line with the outcome-based approach, we have followed the chain of causality, ensuring that the outcomes can be broken down into specific outputs, and in turn, the outputs can then be broken down into specific indicators. So program 1 consists of 3 outcomes, as we see here, and these 3 outcomes are then broken down into these 4 outputs, namely the implementation of annual stakeholder management program, compliance with corporate governance prescripts, targeted procurement supporting SMEs, and financial recovery, along with the respective cost controls. Moving over to the next slide.
Mr. Mongane, my apology. Can I quickly just ask that Jan van Staden and Advocate Koza just mute themselves, please? Their mics are open.
And the CA chair has to pick up the pace.
Yeah. And then please move to the business of the day, make your presentation on the outcomes and not your vision and your mission. And please, let's continue.
Perfect.
Can I just ask again, Jan van Staden, can you please mute yourself? Honorable Reddy, you are also not muted.
I'm trying to raise my hand, Odie.
I see you now. Yeah, my apology, Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Deputy Minister and yourself have made the correct point. Please tell all presenters to just get straight to the meat of things, speak about the outcomes, because like this, we're not going to finish on time. We'll have these presenters taking the bulk of the time, and we as members will have very little time to make input. Please, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Inkomati now it's the first time they are here, but they now understand what they really need to do. And may I just ask that everybody just close their mics so that we don't have any interference. And then can I also ask Mr. Mongane just to speak a little bit louder? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think, yes, we are now at the very core. So these are all the listed output indicators as contained in our annual performance plan. We can quickly cover some of these. Aligned with the increased stakeholder satisfaction, we have a target here of implementing the stakeholder management plan. And for the current year, of course, we want to achieve 100% of that. Under the second outcome, adherence to corporate governance and requirements, we have various output indicators here. One key one being compliance with approved audit plans. So that, of course, we want to achieve 80% of that. The other one that I wanted to highlight here is the implementation of the strategic risk register action plan, which we also want to achieve more than 100% of that. And these are the others. But let's move on then to the next slide. So in terms of maintaining financial sustainability, so that's something that we really want to emphasize moving forward. The output indicator here is the percentage of procurement budget spent on the SMME's preferential procurement. Over here, we have both the various demographics, women, youth, people with disability, and we can see there the respective targets. And then very importantly, financial control and sustainability maintained. Here we want to look at various indicators and ratios, the debt working. We're looking at the debt collection ratio. We're looking at we have what we call the healthy book and the toxic book. and these are the respective targets that we have there. Moving on to the next slide. So still on the maintenance of financial sustainability, we also look at the number of debtors payments in terms of days. So these are this is now in terms of the number of days, so that we can also monitor that. And we look at the current ratio along with the debtors payment days. So these are now our creditors, making sure that we also pay within the prescribed 30 days. Moving on to the next slide. So right here we're looking at program 2. It follows in essence the same structure. We can then go on to look at the actual targets themselves. So of course this is the key aspect of our mandate and what we do. So in terms of protection and use of water resources, we have numerous targets here. We look at the number of river systems monitored. We see the pattern has been 4. And will continue to be for the next coming years. We look at the percentage of water discharge charge system implemented. We look at implementing that as a source of additional revenue as well. That's 75. We look at the numbers of the strategic EWR points monitored. That is 25. We look at the number of monitoring compliance for international obligations, that being 10. Moving on to the next slide. So then we also look at the number of water user associations established. So this is where the former irrigation boards are then replaced with this more inclusive associations. So the target is 3 for the year. The number of water management institutions' annual performance plans evaluated, it's closely linked to the next one. The number of water management institutions' annual reports evaluated, so that is 3. And then in terms of regulatory compliance and enforcement, here we are zooming into the percentage of planned inspections conducted for related users of various sectors. We want 9%, 95% and higher. And then the percentage of enforcement actions taken against the non-compliant users, there too we want to achieve more than 95%. If we go on to the next slide, so here we're looking at the regulatory compliance still. So we look at the percentage of approved water user registered on the system WORM. Here we're looking at more than 90%, and then the number of existing lawful water users verified. We want to verify more than 110. And then lastly, the percentage of high-risk water use license applications processed and recommended within the stipulated days. And here we aim to achieve 90%. So at this point, if we move on to the next slide, at this point, we have now thoroughly covered the intricacies of our strategy. Accordingly, we now turn our attention towards the financial aspects. Having said that, I will hereby allow my CFO to indulge us in that regard.
Thank you, CE, and good morning to members of Parliament. Just to present the financial targets for 25-26 as approved by the Department for Implementation. I'm not sure if the feedback is coming from my machine, but I'll continue nevertheless. Chair, our budget has been tabled in the APP, and the total value of 213 million was presented to the department in terms of what it would cost the agency to implement all those objectives, especially those that have been presented by our CEO. And the cost thereof was then, it then amounted to 213. The submission was then made to the department with a requirement of 138 million to be funded through grant appropriated by Parliament, 61.97 million to be funded through water resource management fees, 9.8 million from the waste discharge charge, and passive income to the value of 3.8 million in the form of interest received that amounts to 3%. Based on what we presented to that was also subsequently approved in the APP, Chair, there is still an indication that there will continue to be reliance placed on grants that are appropriated by Parliament. But if you look at historical trends in terms of our own source of revenue, there has been an incline in that respect. However, Chair, based on what we requested from the department, the department then subsequently disbursed an amount of 75 million in the year 25-26, which is unfortunately then left budget deficit of about 62 million based on the figures that have been contained in the APP. The amount that we're noticing this year in terms of the deficit is material, Chair. We have since gone back and reassessed internally where we can possibly reduce expenditure. Unfortunately, Chair, there is still reliance on the department to look at increasing the amount that has been disbursed to the agency. Moving on to the next slide, Chair. Based on in applying the zero-based budget, Chair, we have then presented the expenditure that has been split into the two programs, mainly being admin and governance, as well as water resource management. If we look at the blue indicators, Chair, for the budget that is being applied for 25-26, under admin governance, Chair, we're looking at an amount of 116 million. 57 of this amount, Chair, is still going to be channeled through cost of employment, whilst 22% is being channeled towards goods and services. Under water resource management, Chair, we have allocated an amount of 97.41 million, which is comprised of 74% owing to salaries, which is cost of employment, 18% allocated to projects, which come up to 17.236 million. And we then have other amounts listed there, Chair. There has been an indicator, Chair, even when we presented our financial figures from the department and other stakeholders as well. There is a hope, Chair, that our figures will resemble higher costs being apportioned to water resource management costs, purely because that is our key business. However, we want to especially advise Parliament this morning that when you look at admin and governance, most of our operating costs are actually sitting underneath that particular program. That includes our operating costs, like our rental costs, IT services, etc., which constitutes the bulk of our budget. We have yet since taken the advice, Chair, that we need to go back and possibly look at how to reapportion these costs to the other programs, especially water resource management fees, so that the cost of these amount, the cost for water resource management are actually reflective of the consumption in the whole budget. So we are still going to do that, Chair, in the next planning session. However, the figures that we're presenting today still indicate that a larger portion of our budget is under admin and governance. However, that is purely because all operating costs are being absorbed by this particular program. And moving on to the next slide, Chair.
Let's try to, CFO, let's pick up the pace. The Chair gave us 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This will be my last slide now. Just indicating here, Chair, that the financial targets have been split here based on economic classes. Again, totaling the 230 million as we've indicated, but we've then just on this particular slide consolidated all expenses. When we look at the activities economy classes, 65% of our cost is still attributed towards salaries, and then we've got the next highest cost driver, which is our goods and services, consuming 34.086 million. Thank you, Chair. I think that brings me to the end of the financial presentation.
Thank you very much.
The last one will be the Limpopo Olifants, led by the Advocate Mwen, and then the acting CE, Umkholo Matebula. Thank you.
Let's see who will get the prize of the CMA that is the quickest or that adhere to our request. Limpopo, you can continue.
And this one is a new one, Chair. They've just been operationalized. The two are old existing ones here.
All right, thank you very much. Continue.
Sorry, Chair. I'm just battling with this. Chair.
You can continue, Honorable Reddy.
Chair, the presenters, can you ask them to show us their face, please? Especially the new boards and new people. We have never met them. Just show their face and then they can switch off. Thank you.
Can you please do that so that members could see who is speaking?
It looks like Reddy wants to remember their faces, Chair.
He does, yeah.
Absolutely.
Can we continue, please? Limpopo Olifants, CMA.
Advocate Mwen, please, and the Matebula, we are running out of time.
Can you hear me, Chair? I have the
Thank
video
you.
and the mic on. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now and see
Now,
you.
oh,
You're
thank you
already
so much.
good screen now.
All right. Good morning, Honorable Chair and all protocol observed. I am Tato Muyeng, and I am the chairperson of Limpopo Olifants Catchment Management Agency. With me, I am with the interim CE, Mr. Matsebula, in support also by the CFO, Mr. Moate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You can continue with your presentation.
Thank you so much. I will then take the 3 minutes to go through the overview. Our presentation is divided into 3 parts: the overview and the medium-term annual performance plan, as well as the financial estimates. I will just go through, Chair, to I think it's slide 2 and 3, rushing through to mention that this, as the Honorable Deputy Minister has mentioned, the newly appointed board, and the induction was duly conducted in December 2024, and there are 9 board members appointed with our vision leading the agency as an equitable and a sustainable water resource management for socio-economic growth, really aspiring or inspiring our mission to protect, develop for an effective and efficient manner of managing water resources within the agency, the water management area. I will also not go through the legislation. Please go through to slide 5. I don't know who's moving. And yes, I already talked to our vision and mission. Then, Chair, I will just then mention the 5 outcomes that we have. They are on slide 7, because the details of those, they will be dealt with by the interim CE. Our 5 outcomes, as highlighted: the transparent, accountable, compliant CMA, financial sustainability, adequate, resourced and capable staff as highly engaged stakeholders, and the quality water resources. Chair, I will then leave the bulk to the CE, but before I do that, I'll just go through to give a mind map of where this is situated in South Africa. In the northern part, representing South Africa, and borders around Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. We also do not operate in silos. There are multilateral agreements between these countries, as well as bilateral agreements as well. I will pause, Chair, to give the rest to the interim CE.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, all members, DMs, and all Department of Water and Sanitation members. Am I audible? Am I visual?
You are audible. I can't see you visually, but you can continue.
There I am, Chair. Can you see me now?
Yeah, we see you. Thank you very much.
Can.
Thank you very much. Then I would actually continue with the presentation. Can we flip to the next slide? I think the chairperson has already spoken to the overview of the water management area. So if you can move to the next slide, please. The next slide talks to our major water users in this water management area, which are industries, mining, power generation, agriculture, wastewater treatment works, which are from municipalities, urban and informal settlement, which are domestic, and piggeries, game farming, tourism, and afforestation. These are critically the users in the water management area. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you, Chair. We put this slide just to indicate, we indicated earlier that we are in a very semi-arid area. So we're looking at, we've got registered volumes of water in our water management area. And we also look at the yield volumes that we have for this catchment. If you look at the balances at the bottom, you would see that there's a deficit, and this deficit is somehow addressed by transfer water from the Orange Sengu Basin through the Crocodile and Upper Olifants rivers to address this deficit. This is just to highlight the challenge that if you have a catchment and you're not managing it, you're definitely not going to be able to meet the needs of all the people who are demanding use of water in this particular space. Next slide, please. I think the chair also spoke to our Philippines. We are on a shared, we are sharing with Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And there are those agreements that are standing between the two countries. And you will see in our APP that there are issues of compliance, that standards that we need to meet for us to be able to be meeting the obligations of these agreements with the countries. The next slide, please. This is the second part, Chair. We're dealing with the administration and the water resources. Our main two programs talks to administration, and administration talks to the CE's office, the financial management, the corporate support, the risk and compliance management, internal audits, and the office accommodation, which is the administration program that we talk to. The next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. This next slide talks to the outcomes and the outputs that we have planned in our 2025-26 financial year, and also in the medium-term targets that we have set to ourselves. And the first one is adherence to corporate governance. This is where we deal with policies, where we create the governance instruments for the board to manage the institution. And we're targeting to establish policies in the financial space and in the human resources space. We're also looking at developing a communication strategy and ICT strategy, strategic risk, and audit plans. So the targets are actually on the next column, where we indicate what we target to achieve in each financial year. I must also indicate, Chairperson, that we have also broken down these targets into quarters, because we actually, our operational plans talks into achieving these every quarter. 1.2 talks to procurement issues in support of SMMEs. We talk into percentage of procurement budget spent on qualifying through preferential procurement. We're targeting women, youth, and people with disabilities. And these are the percentages that we're targeting in this financial year. In terms of 1.3, financial controls and sustainability, we look at debtor days of 150 days that we're targeting to, so that we can get our money, and also creditors payment days, which is governed by national legislation, 30 days. The current ratio, we're looking at 1.1, and the percentage of vacant positions to be filled, we're looking at 90% for this institution to be effective. Next slide, please. The next program talks to the water resource management, Chair, and the sub programs are compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. And this is where we are able to use the arm of the law to actually penalize those who abuse our system. And the next one is institution stakeholder engagement and governance. That's where we manage the institutions that are supporting us in managing the catchment, like your catchment management, water user associations, to be specific, and the water resource planning and management, and finally the water use authorizations and registrations. This is where we need to account for every drop that is in our water management area. Next slide, please. In this water resource management program, we're talking to the protection and use of water resources. And the first one is the development of a catchment management strategy. This strategy is very, very important because it then cuts across every water user in the water management area to participate. This is where we try to bring water management to the locals as much as possible. So we're planning to have a draft in the 25-26 financial year. And in the next financial year, we then have an approved strategy. 2.2 Chair talks to water resource monitoring being implemented. We have to comply to international obligations, as we indicated earlier. We're looking at 90% compliance. And the number of rivers in which the river ecostatus monitoring program is implemented, and we're looking at 20. Number of river systems monitored for implementation of resource-directed measures, 6. There are the number of strategic points monitored for water resource quality, which is 347 that we have across the water management area. The number of strategic points monitored for groundwater resource quality. I must indicate, Chair, that we're also responsible for groundwater. So we monitor the levels and also the quality of groundwater. And the number of strategic points monitored for groundwater resource levels and quality, those are 225 and 226. The percentage of waste discharge strategy implemented, we're looking at 65%. I must say this is a new strategy that has been implemented from last year. So we're still getting the stakeholders to buy into this one so that it gives us more revenue from this. The improvement of river health and restoration of ecosystem. We're looking at, currently we have the TPS Port Dam that is struggling, where there is phyto remediation. We're looking at clearing that, and we're looking at a target of 90% clearance in this financial year. Next slide, please. Thank you. The enforcement of regulatory compliance, percentage of water use authorizations, applications processed and recommended within 90 days. It's our target to have 80% of those applications processed quickly. And the percentage of approved water use authorization registered in the WOMS, 90%. The number of existing water users verified. I want to combine verified and validated, Chairperson, just for the reason that we want to do this verification and validation because we want to see if we can free some water or find some water that is being hogged somewhere so that we can reallocate that water to those who need it most. Number of water users monitored for compliance, 139. This compliance part is where we need to make sure they comply with their license abstractions, make sure they comply with everything that is in their license. Otherwise, then we take them to task. Percentage of enforcement actions taken against non-compliant users, 80%. Percentage of reported cases investigated, 80%. Percentage of pollution incidents reported to within 78 hours of reporting or responded to is 80%, Chair. And the percentage of monitoring of restrictions within the water management area, 100%. Why? Because, Chair, this catchment is stressed, quite stressed. You saw in my earlier slides that there is a huge deficit. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next slide talks to effective and efficient water resource institutions. As indicated earlier, we've got water user associations that we need to manage. So they've got business plans. They have got annual reports that we need to evaluate to make sure that they line up with our catchment management strategy to deliver on our mandate. And the last one on the slide share talks to the stakeholder management. Engagement plans needs to be approved so that we can engage every stakeholder in our catchment area. Chair, I will end there and allow the CFO, our super CFO, to take over the last two slides, and we should be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairperson and the committee, DG and colleagues. Chairperson has indicated I'm currently assisting the CMA in the role of CFO whilst they are finalizing the appointment of the CFO for the CMA. There are two slides. I'll start first with the first slide, which provides the allocation that we have for the CMA. In total is 277 million with financial support provided by the department for both the establishment and operations for the CMA at 31 million.
Chair, we have not seen the face of the person that's speaking.
The person he sits within the department.
This is the departmental CFO.
You know him very well.
Doesn't matter. It might be his voice and somebody else is sitting there. We don't know.
I think you want to see me.
Okay, let's just... can you please just stop, Honorable Reddy? He wants to remember
Yes,
your.
I'm raising my hand.
Sorry, Chair. Mvezeleni ubuso bakithi
Thank you.
Honorable Breede ungenzeka ufuna isithembu khona nentombi la.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I was indicating that we have 31 million,
My
which
apology.
is financial support.
My apology, Honourable. Titebe, your hand was up. I see you took it down.
Yeah, Chair, no, I was about to ask whether we could possibly agree that with the interventions that Honourable Breede has been making, he has exhausted all his opportunities to ask questions.
No, you're out of order. Thank you. You can continue.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. As I was indicating, that financial support that is provided by the department for both the establishment as well as for the ongoing operations is 31 million. And we are also having recoveries for water resource charges at 242 and interest that we have budgeted for at 3.7. Chair, the department is working very close with the current board as well as the CE to ensure that we also implement the very same credit control measures that we have on the department to recover all these monies that will be charging against the various users. We are also implementing the incentive scheme as well as the debt collectors that we have appointed by the department are still assisting with the CMA. So this slide just summarizes the allocation in the current year, also over the MTF, and the department continues to support the CMA during this transitional period. The second slide reflects the budget breakdown between the two programs, similar to the ones that my colleagues also presented, the administration as well as the water resource management. Both the programs have been costed in line with the National Treasury guidelines, and they are aligned also to the strategic plan of the department as well as the APP of the CMAs. So over the MTF, the planned spending is 868 million, and for compensation of employees in the coming year, 25-26 is 189 million, goods and services 86, and payments for capital assets 1.2. We are also working with the CFOs of the CMA's chairperson to come up with shared services model, and also we are also implementing the cost containment measures and trying to limit all the non-essential expenditures for the CMA. And as indicated, we are still responsible for assisting all the CMAs, particularly these new ones. So the department is still working very close in ensuring that they continue with their operations. There are various projects that the CMAs are implementing. In this particular case, we have the RTDS Sport Dam Water Resource Management and Remediation Project, which is implemented through Mahali's Water as one of the key projects that we are currently implementing. We do have a detailed breakdown of all these budget items, Chairperson, at cost center level, at expenditure item level. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, the CMAs are all done now, except to indicate that we are still incubating this last one. They were in a transitional period, but as I said, the question of financial viability of these entities will be an issue of interest going forward, and the DG working with the teams, they are looking at revenue enhancement strategies, stringent credit control measures, looking at the possibility of implementing shared services modeling. Then there are these matters around support, office space, and others that we need to look at. And then at the very same time, we are concluding now that the unions are agreeing on a high-level agreement around staff transfers. Those who are doing the function will continue to do the function, remaining in a department, so that we are within the labor relations framework, but also managing issues of stability in terms of board and governance. So the boards, the directors of the board chair, they don't behave like executive directors, spending more time there. Their job is to do oversight and the issues of remuneration. That matter of us also increasing capacity in the department just to oversee this number of institutions will be an important matter. But once again, thank you so much, Honorable Chair and the members.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and also thank you for the presentations. Now we go over to questioning. Please, honourable members, let's just stick to the questions. Don't give us some speeches now, please. We are running late and the day is going to be long. May I ask that you ask 3 questions, indicate to who you asked the question, so that we can get the right person to answer that question. So it is going to be Honourable Reddy first, and then Makaula, and then Honourable Ramaila, in that order, and then the next three I will announce as soon as they've completed. Honourable Reddy.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, DG, and my fellow honourable colleagues. Chairperson, the first one, and this goes to the DG. Are you aware of a reference number PF_OMM_109? I don't think you'll remember this, but we had a number of presenters, Chairperson, beginning with the Deputy Minister. And the Deputy Minister, I have a lot of respect for him because he has vast experience in the water sector, surpassed by very few people that I know of. And he gave us an overview of the water boards that are in this department. And in fairness, my brother, the Deputy Minister, I think we also need to be critical of these water boards. That's our job in how we present, how we do our oversight. So I made a reference to the DG. I don't think you'll know this one, but it's an amount of 1,439,622,060 rands that was approved by the DG for a payment to an irrigation board called Lebalelo Water User Association. Deputy Minister, are you aware of this board, that its membership is all white? And you mentioned that some of these boards have been in existence for over 30 years. And this will be a classic example of how successful we have been in transformation. And also, I'd like the DG to explain to us who is Leonardo Marnus. He served as a board member of this entity for 4 years. He did not meet the qualifications, and he was lawfully appointed to the board. And there are allegations that his wife is a service provider to this company. Are you aware of any of this? And if so, what is the department doing to get to the bottom of this? I think the answer should come from both the Deputy Minister as well as the DG. I thank you, and I'll wait for the next round of questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. Minister?
No, thanks, Chairperson. Let's thank Comrade Reddy. He is aware that the question is asking. He has asked this question. Remember, when, as part of the question that asked to the minister, both in terms of the oral reply questions. Unfortunately, the time when I was answering on behalf of the minister, Parliament lost time. We couldn't answer this question. But as we are aware, these questions get also to be referred to become converted from oral reply to written reply. In as much as this question has nothing to do with the CMAs, on the issues of transparency, Honorable Breede has worked with us in the water set. The Limpopo Water Use Association is one of those water use associations that are found within the Sekhukhune region. It's mainly composed in terms of the water users by the irrigation sector, which are the farmers in the main, but also some of the members are members of the mining sector. As we are aware, we built that particular dam, and some of us were still there, were involved in the building of the Wop Dam. This Water Use Association, Honorable Breede, you will know that the allegations and the concern about it being mostly white, it was true that it was excluding certain people over quite a long period. Previous administration, there was a consideration to dissolve this Limpopo Irrigation Board. It has been transformed, Chairperson. It has been transformed to include even other people, historically disadvantaged Africans and other people there. Even the management committee, who have recently been in a position to approve the management committee. And when these requests to transform irrigation boards into water use association, these boards get to be concurred and appointed by minister. And the two deputy ministers will make inputs. This one, Honorable Breede, I'm very pleased that the transformation issues have been attended to. It's no longer even called Limpopo Water Use Association. It is called Badi Water Use Association. Even the name there, it has been converted. But the issues of transformation in the past, indeed, they were an issue. Honorable Breede, there is an issue in Limpopo around the intervention on how to bring the water from the Wop Dam. It is full, as you know. That Wop Dam, I can speak with confidence, I was involved in its construction with the other people there, including, actually, I wrote even the document called the Socio-Economic Development Goal. The mining sector have worked with the irrigation board, now the Water Use Association. They are working with government. When they work with government, because of a number of issues that we do have, were to create an entity. It's called the Olifants Management Model. It's an entity. That Olifants Management Model is a vehicle where the state would be able to come in to contribute that the water that would be used from the Wop Dam to the Nebo Plateau, from the Nebo Plateau to Capricorn, until to Mkhalakwana in the mines. While we want to stimulate the economy of that particular belt in Limpopo, the communities must not be left behind. In terms of the funding mechanism, therefore, there is a 50-50% contribution of that particular funding mechanism. And the department, working with National Treasurer and the budget facility, they have worked out what is called a state contribution. And then the other monies are actually being raised from the market. I'm personally involved, Honorable Comrade Breede. I oversee, on behalf of the minister now, that at least that project must start. so that those people closer to the dam and beyond the dam in Limpopo, they get water. Their work is at an advanced stage. How private sector is getting involved, like we're doing in Valhamahara, we're doing elsewhere, including the SPV, that National Treasurer has concurred that rainwater can proceed, which I'm very grateful the work the DG has done in doing that. The issue of Leonardo Manas around the participation of the board, the DG will speak about that. But Leonardo Manas is a former employee of the department. And as a former employee of the department, is one of those chief directors who were there. And during the time of Minister Mtun, he was appointed to act in a position of the DDG infrastructure in the department. It was an acting position, not that the position that was there, he was appointed. And when you make people to act, you make those who are in senior positions in that particular establishment. Right now, we have Mapuda who's acting there. They do sometimes rotate. But his official position, he was a chief director. That's the position he was appointed to. And he had met his requirements of being a chief director for that particular position. Subsequently, he has left our organization. He's a head of water now here in the city of Cape Town. But the other matters remaining the DG about qualification and the membership of the board, including the issue of the transfer of the money and the allegation about his spouse. The DG might have those details, but I remember it's a question it asked before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DM. Chairperson, the questions being raised by Honourable Breede were raised in National Assembly question 1963, which we responded to in writing. I would presume, I hope that all the members have that response in writing or have access to it. It's NA 1963. We responded some time ago to all of these issues in detail. But just to add a few points to what Dear Mahlobo said, to elaborate, firstly, with regard to our former Chief Director, Leonardo Manas, we said in our written response, we don't know what this issue is of him being unqualified because he had met all the qualifications requirements to be a Chief Director. He was not a board member of the Lebolelo Water User Association. He represented the department on the management committee to oversee this joint project between the Water User Association and the department to develop bulk infrastructure in Limpopo to provide water both to communities and to the mines. This is a first of its kind non-commercial partnership between government and an industrial sector, in this case, the mining sector in South Africa. The mining houses many of the largest mining companies in South Africa are mining in Limpopo, particularly platinum, and they require bulk water infrastructure, and we also require that same bulk water infrastructure to provide water to communities. So we reached an agreement that we would each cover half of the cost. This is a 28 billion rand project. 28 billion rand project, of which half is going to be contributed by the mines, 14 billion, and the other 14 billion by us. In order to fund this project, to fund our contribution, we worked with the Infrastructure Fund, which is an entity set up by the President, housed in the DBSA, which helps government departments such as us, ourselves, and other government entities to put in place blended finance projects, which is what this is. By that, I mean it's a combination of government funding and private sector funding. The Infrastructure Fund assisted us to go to the budget facility for infrastructure and National Treasury for a special National Treasury allocation to be made for the government contribution to this 28 billion rand project. In terms of that application to National Treasury, we indicated to National Treasury that large amounts of money would have to be transferred to the Water User Association up front in order for them to be able to use that money to raise as a basis to convince the financial institution, the banks and the pension funds to lend money to the Water User Association to raise the private sector finance component of it. So this 1.4 billion rand transfer that Honourable Reddy is talking about was done with the explicit approval of National Treasury when they approved our business case or our application for BFI funding, which went to National Treasury, and it's part of the structuring of a blended finance project. I think I've covered most of the issues, that Leonardo Marnus was not a board member and that he was fully qualified to be an official of the department. With regard to the composition of the Lebalelo Water User Association,
I've dealt with that one, DG. You can just deal with the issue of the wife that the Honourable Breede raised.
The wife. On the issue of Leonardo's wife, we also addressed thoroughly in the written response. His wife was an employee of PricewaterhouseCoopers, which was acting as a consulting to advise the mining houses and the Lebalelo Water User Association with regard to their activities. She, once this project was started between ourselves and Lebalelo, she declared to the management of PricewaterhouseCoopers that her husband was starting to get involved in this project on the management committee for the project, and that there could therefore be a conflict of interest, and PricewaterhouseCoopers then immediately took her off being involved in the project. Thank you, Chair. But all of this is in detail in our written response to the parliamentary question.
No, thank you. I think that was comprehensive. Honourable Reddy, I hope you agree that the answers were comprehensive, and it was in a written response to you as well.
Chairperson, I thank you for that response. I deliberately raised it here, and I know the Deputy Minister said that it was not in terms of the agenda, but he raised boards, and based on what he raised, I then raised the question. Now, what has come out of this? And I'm speaking to my colleagues here, my honourable colleagues. I want you to see what has happened. We have a project which we haven't heard of as a committee, a 28 billion rand project, which is going to be beneficial to mining companies. Instead of the mining companies coming up with the seed capital of 1.4 billion, National Treasury has been asked to fund this. So I want to ask a simple question to you. If the project is viable and beneficial to mining companies, why didn't the mining companies put up the seed capital? That's number one. Secondly, the issue of Marnus's wife being part of a consultancy that is working for the mines, whether she retired, left them, or whether she informed the department is immaterial. The point is that this whole question of funding that was advanced even before the project even started needs to come to a political oversight committee. Now, Chairperson, we are told that this is an extremely beneficial project. I would like for this matter to be put on our agenda so we can go there on an oversight visit. Let's go and see exactly what's going to be done with a 28 billion rand project, which I certainly welcome. But I'd like to see the same haste as was done here being done when it comes to communities that require urgent services. We don't act so fast. But I thank you for this opportunity, and I thank the members for the responses. Thank you very much.
Honourable Reddy, I think you're correct. I would request the department to prepare a report. We will slot it in some way so that everybody on the committee is understand the project. I don't want to make any assumptions, because the detail is, is not been given to us. Especially, I think the whole project needs to be unpacked, and I think then we will also understand much better and understand why the money was given and the rollout of this project. I agree. It's good if we involve the private sector, but I think we would like to have more details on that, DG. If you would make this presentation to us in the near future, DG.
Chairperson, let me indicate to you, this is not a new project. We are prepared to come to you to account on a number of major infrastructure projects. This is part of the projects that we said there were delays, and these are the projects that are about water security in our country and provisioning. Some of the ministers given me political oversight, and we are prepared that will come with the minister, with the administration to do so. Like we have been guiding us on the Usuthu. There's a big Glen Williams Dam happening this side. There's a Lost Op, or Lower Umkomazi, a number of them. As long as you, as our leaders and representative of our people, you schedule the time on behalf of the minister, I'll bring the team. But if you also decide that we go on the ground, we are going to be with you going on the ground. But as a matter of principle, we are on record. The state or the fiscus does not have all the monies to be able to do a number of infrastructure projects for water security. The issue of private sector involvement will continue, is not a new thing. We've been doing it in a number of projects where we've worked with private sector, including the issues of the financial models that are there. But you are absolutely correct. We must be transparent how these monies are coming through, how we account, whether at the end of the day there are benefits on communities, whether socio-economic development goes around enterprise development, training, employment, but more importantly, just to change the conditions of our people on the ground around of access to water, including access to economic benefits of that particular water drop. Chairperson will come, will then be guided by you. But there's a number of them. Just look in our APP and the commitment on a number of projects. And we always feel strengthened by yourselves by coming on site to encourage us like you did in Lesotho. We invite you, come to Glen Williams Dam, come to DeWalp. Honorable Ramayila is very interested. We started with him there. We did a Deputy Minister Masemula Wabek. We must get to those people of Skukune and elsewhere in Limpopo to have water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. DG, I see your hand is still up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to correct one thing. This is not just a project to provide water to the mines, like Honourable Reddy is saying. As I indicated when I responded, this is a project to provide water to the mines and water to communities. So it includes the bulk infrastructure which is required to provide water to pipelines, and it also includes water treatment works, etc., which is going to result in 390,000 people in those municipalities like Greater Sekhukhune District Municipality in Limpopo, and those people have previously been unserved. So this is a joint collaboration to achieve two mutually beneficial objectives. One is to provide bulk raw water to the mines. Two, by using that same bulk infrastructure to provide water to unserved communities. And as I indicated, over 390,000 people will have yard connections which didn't previously have such connections in Limpopo as a result of this project. And that is why it is jointly funded by government and by the mines. The mines are raising the finance. The mines are raising the finance to pay their contribution, and they will have to pay off those loans from revenue from the sale of water to the individual mines. The government contribution covers the cost of providing the water for social purposes, which is the water that will be provided to the 390,000 people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for clarifying that, but I think we will unpack this on a later stage. Thank you for that information, DG. Makaula, you are next.
Thanks, Chair. Nginibingelela nonke, Chair. Ngibonga i-presentation kakhulukazi kulaba ababizwa ngokuthi ama-water management kanjalo naku-DG. Utheche kuzoba imibuzo emithathu, although iminingi kodwa ngizokuhlonipha. Chair, today kuyimanje akuhambeki la ngikhona ngenxa yamanzi. Ngifuna ukubuza ke la ukuthi la omasipala bakhala ngokuthi abakhokhelwe umnyango waka water board. Oh yes, amanzi abakhokhelwe. Ngifuna ukwazi sebekwazini bakhokhela na ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bakhokhele omasipala bona qobo bakwazi baphakele izikole baphakele abantu amanzi. Ngoba bekhala lakhe nje eThekwini bebethi ba owa u500,000 owa umasipala waseThekwini njalo njalo. Ngidlule lapha. Siya kulena emnandi kakhulu futhi again lethinta amadamu. Amadamu akhona mahle siyawabona, but njalo kuthiwa amanzi awekho because kufa amaphampu njalo njalo. Nakho-ke lana esengikhona-ke manje. La kunamadamu engingazi noma yi-private noma niyawazi yini nina njengama-water management. Like okubojozini. Like Free State ngithi Fixback. La madamu lawa avela avulelwe agcina sebulala imizi yabantu. Ngokuthi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nenze njani kulela damu lase Fixback eladedelwa labulala imizi yabantu ngithi nabantu ba-affecteka. Kanjalo nala sinedamu la kuthiwa iJozini Dam. Mhlambe nike nayibona ngisho imasho. Abantu bayiphilisa ngokulima njengoba ngibonene nikubalile la. Kodwa kunesikhathi la ukuthi ukudla kwabo mase kuvuthiwe kufanele bavune. Kuvele kube nalesikhondla nje sivulela iJozini Dam. Sifike lapha sivulela amanzi ukuthi khona umuntu odobayo, khona umuntu ongezansi, vele kuhambe konke ukudla. Kuyimanje nje kade ngibuka la enye ikhesi ithi ayicishe ifana naye ka-Honorable Reggie. Ngizoyithola kahle i-check zokusendela. Lana ulwandle loluya lune-channel yalo yemvelo ukuthi umfula uhamba la or ulwandle luhamba la. Kodwa uthola ukuthi manje sefike lo sisikhondla esesifike lapha safaka usemente sabiya ukuthi amanzi angahambi ngalendlela adalwe uNkulunkulu. Aphume lamanzi ayongena endaweni e-wrong la izo-affecta khona abantu bethu. Okunye ngiyayithanda leyo enikhuluma ngayo futhi. Yile yemifula. Le yemfula ngihlezi ngithi akufanele njalo sithi kwi-democracy. Silo sabuyisa imemory njengabantu abadala ukuthi before kwakungenjena. Imfula ayinakwa manje. Ngangokuthi njengoba ngikhuluma nani nje kukhona osomabhizinisi abahamba beyomayina ngithi nenhlabathi lapha yana ukukhanya inhlabathi lapha ibizwa ngokuthi imine ngoba usuka ezomba phansi. Yini eniyenzayo ukuthi nenze sure niye lakhe ekomakhaya nje lakhe komakhaya kubonisana namakhosi ukuthi abantu bengayi emfuleni, ngabe umvoti, ngabe umngeni, ngabe uthukela, afike laphayana ahambe ayovula umgodi, ahambe kube nomshini nje okhama inhlabathi ngaphandle, abantu bese beyithatha leyo nhlabathi behambe bodayisa, ngoba ekugcineni kugcina kusele laphaya iland, iziba eziyingozi ezingabiyiwe eziqeda abantu, bayaphela abantu lana nje ngithi what 7 kunomfula okuthiwa umvoti, kunengane esanda ukushona through lento ye-mining, umuntu ovela angene nje angahloniphi ama-traditional leaders. Sengigcina she ayikho into ebalekile ukuthi izinto esizikhuluma lana one day ke nithi siyacela izinto esikhuluma ngazo ke siyoyibona, ngoba mina ngiyibona le ndaba yokuthi sihlale phansi lana sikhuluma lento angiyibona izosisa phambili. Yilezo zinto nje engikhala ngazo, mani ngangisiza ngazo ngabe niqedile, ngoba bayabhubha abantu bethu. Bese ngizothi kuleya mali, lezi mali ze ukuthi from 2005 2006 nayi plan eniplanile, ngabe nithini ngalo msebenzi osale emuva? Ngoba phela manje angiboni ungashiya ngemuva unyanyalatile bese uya ngaphambili, ngoba yes bayaplana abatakwethu la, kodwa ekugcineni umsebenzi abawenzi. Ngiyabonga, ngizobuya ngibuye futhi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a translator on? Deputy Minister, would you help with the translation, please?
Honorable Fighter Kauluza Mpataru, she's grateful about.
No, sorry. Awuzukubhatalwa mina. Nina nijie niyofana ngibhatale ngoba aqashana kanti.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member.
It's fine. Mama Kaula, she has a number of questions to ask, but she confirmed that we are permitting them only 3 questions. And despite those number of issues she has, she will ask only 3. And one of the key issues Mama Kaula she's raising is about the challenges of water. And some of the issues that are being raised in the main is the question of non-payment. And what are we doing about the issues of non-payment? And she makes a reference to the city of eThekwini, that she indicates that it's being owed close to 500. She said 500,000. I'm not sure whether it's 500,000 or million.
Million.
Yeah, million, Mama Kaula. And the impact that it has on issues of delivering water to our communities because of issues of debts. The other matter she's also worried about is that most of the dams, they are full. And normally there are reports that a number of equipment, especially the pumps, are not working, they're not functional, and it has an impact on water delivery. Around the issues of dams, in summary, she's raising a number of challenges about these dams. One of the issues to say, are we aware of some of the dams that are privately owned? And these dams that are privately owned having an impact on communities around, especially issues of flooding, and even certain people who are deciding just to, at a particular point, to open the dams then. And when they open the dams and they release this water, it has an impact on communities to flood communities. They are not even flooding communities only. Some of the communities, you find that they are having livelihoods, they've planted the fields, and at a time when these fields, at a particular point, people are supposed to do harvesting. Some of these individuals, they just releases water, it washes everything. She spoke about the issue like the dam called the Josini in KwaZulu-Natal. She also spoke about the issue around the Fitzbag, another dam. But in the main, these dams, whether privately or government owned, and how they are being managed, causing problems around the livelihoods. She also has another one that she wanted to give the chair of our portfolio committee. She promised to send you information where there is a confluence of the dam with the sea, and where some of these people, they just decide to create an infrastructure to manage whatever that flow. And some of those one, they are actually even blocking the water. But those who are presenting from the CMAs, one of the important work they do, she says it's an important work of the protection of our rivers, very, very important. But there are issues of management of the ecosystem and the ecology and integrity of our river health, of behaviors that must be dealt with. For an example, there are people who are coming into those areas, not working with the leaders in communities, including traditional leaders. They come and do sand mining on the basin of those particular rivers. They take the sand. When they take that particular sand, they have not engaged with the local leaders and traditional leaders, but some of them, they are actually leaving big pits there. And when they leave a lot of those big pits because of issues of mining, these pits at a particular point will be filled with water. When they are filled with water, sometimes it causes either disasters or some people, they drown. And she has made an example of an area where someone drowned a young person, either around Umvodu to Tugela system. Whether do you have programs of ensuring that you work with traditional leaders and other leaders around the issues around mining around those riverbeds? How are you dealing with issues of safety and issues of creation of awareness? The last matter she raised, Chair, was that we are discussing important matters here. And she feels that discussing these important matters, like Honorable Breede said, it's incomplete when we don't do an oversight so that we can have our first-hand experience on the issues that have been said, whether they are happening or not. And then the other matter she's of concern to her, to the CMAs, is around the financial year 25-26, that there are clear targets, there's a planned work, but most instances, some of these targets, they don't get to be achieved. That's her summary of the matters Mama Kaula she has raised, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we get the response on this? And colleagues,
Sorry, Chair. Ngizoyiqosha le interpreter yami.
Thank you. We'll
Khona la ishala khona ukuthi ngithi angifuni isilosi reminder emqondweni wethu into ezazenza before lento yokuklinwa kwemfula ngoba imfula ayiklinwa igcina isimile.
Makola, thank you very much. Colleagues, can I ask that we stick to the presentations that we have, and let's not be all over the show. We will have to create maybe a session with the department where we can ask any question that is not just normal questions where they can either answer us or give that to us in writing. But I don't think that is where we are now. And can we now get responses on these questions that Makola has asked? Thank you.
Chair, on the departmental questions, we will ask that we come back. The first issue, Mama Kaula, you raise around non-payment or the debts that are owed. We know now that communities, they owe municipalities, and municipalities, they owe the water boards, eThekwini, and others. Then if water boards are owed, they owe the department. If the department is owed, especially the developmental charge, we can't give it to the CMAs, but equally, we can't give the money to TCTA, and TCTA must pay the markets. And this matter has been discussed among yourselves. Minister has engaged all the premiers of the affected provinces. We have also agreed that those who owe municipalities must pay them, but those who owe us must also pay us. Yourselves, you have led as a portfolio committee, have engaged with finance. I remember you convened them, Chair. The issues around debt impairment is a problem. We even had to take this fundamental decision of some of defaulting institutions where we take the equitable share, even if there is a resistance, but these are some of the mechanisms and support. On the issues of dam safety, we know now, Mama Kaula, that our dams are no longer single-purpose dams. We've opened them up. Ejozini is no longer for irrigation farmers. Ejozini, there is a big project going to Mandlagas, in Zululand, and that project is also going to Mkanyabude. We are prepared with Dr. Mate to come under DG to report to them of the good work of bringing water to those communities of Mkanyabude and elsewhere. But in terms of dam safety, Chairperson, yourself, you have raised, there are more than 5,000 dams in our country. Less than 400 belong to the state. There are matters of dam safety that we need to look at. That's why we also spoke about issues of professional approved persons, including working with institutions of higher learning that we're dealing with, but more importantly, also working with the communities around issues of awareness, when are the dams going to be open and not going to be open. And very importantly, in South Africa, there is not even a single state dam check that had an incident of bursting, because our engineers, they remain the top quality in the world, whether in terms of the design. These dams, all of them, they have something called flood absorptive capacity. Even if the dam is designed to keep water at a particular level, as part of risk mitigation, we have that particular absorptive capacity. Then the dam walls, they differ. Some, they have a spillway. A spillway, it means that the water will come through, and when it is full, it just naturally overflows. When it overflows, it does not need to be operated. But that fact that it's not needed to be operated, it does not mean that the water is being released in a manner that is negligent. It's just a natural flow, which is actually managed. Those who know issues of engineering. Some of them, they have those dam wells that have they have the sluice gates, like the VAR system and the others. Those ones, they are having all those particular instrumentation at a particular level. You know, there's a range between what that you can reduce. What is our problem? Our problem is people when they actually build within the flat line. This is the problem. Settling inside the flat line or the road zone is one of the challenges. In other words, issues of land use management, whether with traditional leaders, with other people, we must deal with that particular question. Secondly, we must also deal with the issues of building sensitive and resilient communities. When there is an alert, it has to be respected, and how we need to do this. Those are issues of early warning system before you deal with the issues of the capability around disaster management. But I don't want to get into details, but there is no dam now, Chair, that is a single purpose dam. It has been outlawed. We're even not looking at actually even getting water from the dams. Issues around access to them for other activities, like, we're dealing with the issues of RDs and elsewhere for other activities. That's in brief. But the issues around water resource protection, the issues around the river health and how they deal with the other issues, Chair, I would suggest we allow one or two of the chairs of these particular CMAs, like you guided, that they do a very response, because you could see the overarching work around them just to look at the river water system or the water causes as part of their APPs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Breede Gouritz or Breede Olifants, do you want to speak on this question?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you so much, Chair. We listen with passion, and we are very thrilled, Chairperson, that the members are very interested in paying attention to this, because it's very important to not only just the river health themselves, but just the livelihoods of people who may also rely on this, not only just for water, but for fishing and various other things like reed materials and so on, for which, if the river systems are polluted, these species also find themselves being decimated. So, Chair, we do allocate funding to river cleaning programs. And of course, these are prioritized accordingly. We have our officials that also do river monitoring. And where we do find that there are activities needed, we do, of course, put plan in place to ensure that those rivers are cleaned. But I think what we do find challenging, Chair, it's, of course, as you know, that we've just recently been expanded to include the Berg Olifants part of the catchment management, Chair. We, of course, experience a lot of, polluted rivers, particularly in the City of Cape Town areas, because of the high population in this part of the city. So those issues as well are being prioritized and being looked at accordingly. Of course, this may take some time, but where we previously operated, of course, those rivers are cleaned, and we're definitely expanding our strategies to cover other areas as well. Chairperson, I'm not sure whether this covers explicitly what the honorable member wanted, but we are doing our best to ensure that people are proud of these water resource, entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Inkomati, would you like to add to that or speak on the oversight targets, or not oversight targets, your CMA targets?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. I think with regards to the Clean River System programs, I think Bogma presented as well. I think we also have vast programs in collaborations with stakeholders, like even municipalities, provincial governments, to ensure that they support these projects that we continually implement as well within our basins. When it comes to ensuring, Chairperson, that our set targets are implemented, I think we've got very strict monitoring systems in place. On a quarterly basis, we do reporting on all our APP targets, which I think the board, play active oversight with regards to those targets. These reports are presented to the board on a quarterly basis, where we check on progress, and in instances where targets have not been met, we ensure that there are remedial actions which are actually implemented to ensure that there is improvement in that regard. And I think all these quarterly reports, Chairperson, then gets consolidated in our annual reports, which again, gets presented to this honorable committee of Parliament, Chairperson. As indicated when we started, our current annual performance plan is currently being audited, to be presented to the committee in due course. But we do have systems in place, Chairperson, to ensure that, the boards play oversight on these APP targets. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Limpopo Olifants, CMA. Anybody from Limpopo CMA that would like to add to this discussion?
My apologies, Chair. Can you hear me?
I hear you. You can continue.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Chair, we do have plans in place, as mentioned earlier on our APP as part of the 5 outcomes, and we also have them under quarterly targets to monitor those indicators. So that is those areas that we are really looking forward to implementing and then account on them. Thank you.
Thank you. DG, would you as a department like to add to these responses?
Yes, I think Annette Muir, our Chief Director for Regulation, would like to add some responses. Annette?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, Minister and members. I think DM covered the aspects of the dams and the releases, and that we potentially have instances where communities are using the floodplains to grow their crops. We don't normally see large dams privately owned having large sluices to open for our DWS dams. When we have large dams that have a safety risk, they have operating rules and notification systems attached to them, that when they do releases, like we've seen for the Vol Dam, that there is notifications that go out to communities for farmers to pull up their pumps and for people to stay out of the floodlines. I think in terms of the river health, just from a regulatory perspective and the sand mining issue, several departments are involved with sand mining regulation. It's the Department of Mineral Resources as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation. And our CMAs are also responsible for authorizing water use authorizations for mining operations, as does DM, Department of Mineral Resources for mining extraction. Obviously, your traditional leaders also have to get involved as the landowner. I think then also the CMAs are responsible for monitoring compliance to the water use authorizations. This involves also monitoring your dams, where they have a authorization to store. And then also for your mining operations, we do compliance and enforcement. We also do compliance and enforcement together with Environmental Affairs and DMRE. So there's joint operations that also gets done across the departments to cover all mandates. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kahula, are you satisfied with the comprehensive response you received?
Chair, ngiyabonga, but kodwa ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi bazivala nini lezi nkampani noma ziboshwa nini? Nale ngane ey'file egcina sezifa, ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honorable Ramaila, then followed by Honorable Maslangu and then Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to Deputy Minister, my colleagues, honorable members, officials on the platform. Chair, mine is with regard to non-transformative evolution process of the water resource management this far. Because in my view, this process continue to perpetuate unequitable water rights. And this is a matter of grievous concern to me, because this continually it excludes HDIs, communal land, restituted land out of the equation. For how long, Chair, are we going to continue with a situation where we have in these water catchment areas, where you have on the other side the green part, which is predominantly areas of the farms that are owned by white people. On the other side, you've got a brown area that is exclusively owned by black people. But we still continue with the process of transforming this water management, water resource management. I mean, you can talk of irrigation schemes, you can talk of water use associations and so on. All these processes, even now, what is being presented, I can tell you, it is excluding black farmers out. For how long are we going to continue perpetuating these imbalances? So I want to know whether is there a mechanism to develop to redress the perpetuation of these imbalances? If yes, can such be forwarded to the chair within 7 days? And if not, when is this mechanism going to be developed and presented to this committee? And I can tell you, Chair, land without water rights is land that is turned into being obsolete. And this affects Black communities. How long should this continue? Thank you very much. But lastly, I would like to really commend the question asked by Honorable Reddy. Until Honorable Reddy, my face turned blue. I've been asking this question. Thank you very much that you have raised it. And thank you, Chair, with the direction that you have given as far as this matter is concerned. And lastly, if there's no answers to this, I would like to request that we, while they have a special presentation in various the evolution of water resource management is concerned regarding this CMAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister, Deputy Minister.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Honorable, we will probably have to find time, Chair, either to come and account here, or we find time to actually have a workshop amongst ourselves around institutional arrangement. You know, the matter of farmers and Black farmers, in terms of institutional arrangement, there are organizations that are historical, Honorable Commissioner. Historically, they are called irrigation schemes. They are irrigation schemes. In other words, they are assets that are called irrigation schemes. These assets, you know, there was a Department of Irrigation. Then there was an Irrigation Act of 1956. That Irrigation Act of 1956 had to be repealed because in the main, the Department of Water at a time was mostly for irrigation, and most of the data that is there. We'll probably have to have that discussion. These institutions were there. They are historical because there's no blank page, whether positive or negative. These institutions, after 1997 in the White Paper and 1998 in the National Water Act, we said that one, water must be a human right issue. That's why the Act gives you a reserve that has an obligation around human need. Then it has a reserve which has a component of the biodiversity, the hohakis and the others. Then there's a third element is called for international obligation. It was made a right. Then we had to do the transformation journey, check the National Water Act. One of the things we said people want them to have access to water, but also the benefits like we are referring to. The irrigation boards in South Africa, we have been in a journey to transform them. Irrigation boards, by their own definition, they are only sectorial, agriculture related. And agriculture's matters around water and land, there is a correlation between the two. Kada Asmale to start a program of supporting food security and land reform, a program called Support to Resource Poor Farmers. In a number of these provinces, a number of volumes of water in all the catchments were set aside to support the resource-poor farmers. It's normally done in hectares because when you deal with farming, you use the unit cost, the metrics is called hectareage. That program is still there. You know, we always do licensing as an instrument just to actually deal with the question of changing the landscape around water allocation. That instrument has an element to say, how are you supporting Black farmers and Black people to have access to water, especially around the issue that is agricultural related, including the support on infrastructure. Remember, most of the homelands, there were a lot of irrigation schemes that created, and we need to have a discussion on that. But what happens on the transformation is that these irrigation board, we insist on them, that now they need to have new constitutions. And we have never came to report you on the irrigation board's transformation into water use association to be inclusive in terms of youth, people with disabilities, issues of women and others. There is that team that does with institutional oversight. We can come here to discuss that. It's not about issues of quotas, but the issue of access, issues of economic benefits, and how are we working with the question of the Department of Agriculture. You can call us to have a discussion on that. On the transformation question, the authority that sits with the minister called the licensing authorization in Section 21 of the National Water Act is being used as an instrument to ensure that in terms of the water system, water allocation is transformative in its nature. That's why some of these licenses, in as much as some of them, they are dedicated to the CMAs, these licenses will remain in the department. They will remain in the department because certain strategic decisions around redress must be taken. Not only just redressing in terms of color, but redressing around economic opportunities because we want to stimulate the economy. That licensing thing as an instrument, we should discuss it. But the CMAs, let's not actually create an impression that the CMAs, they are actually about white farmers or what. CMAs, they are about all the water users within a management area. There is a source there, or a resource called water. There are many users who are using it. You could see the Limpopo Olifants. There's industries there, which is true in that system. We are also having people who are in the mining sector, in the main. There is agriculture. There is domestic, which is wastewater. There is issues of afforestation, because if you look at that catchment, that includes the two systems. There's a lot of afforestation that is happening there, including of other issues of tourism. That's why in our own initial presentation, Chair, we're to give the value chain, because the value chain is our mind map to see where are the interlinkages. But transformation, I fully agree with the Honorable Comrade Ramayela. We have not arrived, but we have made some strides. Even the issue that one sector in your own province, agriculture is still in terms of skewed allocation, taking about 80%, especially to go to Vembe and the other areas that downstream. But we have to be able to ensure that we reduce the allocation, not only reducing it just with a stroke of a pen, because you are going to disrupt the economy and other users. You say people implement water conservation and demand management, deploy technologies, deal with certain issues around changes of behavior. You can't have South Africa using close to 300 liters per person per day. We must come down to 170 something. It's a matter that Chairperson we need to discuss. But the CMAs, they are the most democratic institution of the users on the ground, including the state and the non-state actors. Irrigation boards is an area we are actually on the path to transform progress is being made. In the very same area where you come from, Comrade Ramai, you know you were there. When Libalolo was a West Water Use Association, we were to work on it. Currently, that management model that is working, it's a model where mines and everybody is going to be benefiting. And it's not something unique, because even when we build the DUOP, the seed funding had to be put by the state. After the state put the seed funding, you have an offtake agreement. That's why that project was viable, because without offtake agreements, someone to buy the water, needing certain volumes over a particular point in time, then you can go to the market, because you know that that project is financially viable. If it is not viable, it does not mean that we must not do it, but it means the state must actually fund the social component. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, would you like to add something to this discussion?
Yes, Chairperson, our Chief Director responsible for water use licensing will respond. Advocate Sipho Skhosana. Sipho.
Thanks, DG, and good afternoon to the DM, the Chairperson, and all the members. Maybe the question to say the transformation is slow, and why is it this slow? We need to go back and reflect, because we're coming from the history where it was not only about water, but the land disposition. Then, in terms of the previous pieces of legislation, there were riparian rights, and then particular pieces of land which were having water. In the main, all the lands that were strategically located were in the hands of whites. Then you find that, honorable member, when you are on the side of the homeland, one, you did not actually even have the access to the proper flow of water. Now, because possibly you did not have all the capital to do whatever biggest mechanization that you can do. Now, we decoupled water from the land, but the rights are remaining with that land that is there in terms of what you call existing lawful use, because we recognize the entitlements that people were having in terms of the older legislation. But as we now start to redress and reallocate water, it means we need to be reallocating people to people who are having access to land, who are having access to the capital and all the other things that are necessary to add value to the land. And we are on course working with the Department of Land Reform to do exactly that in their various programs, like in their redistribution, to say whenever people are empowered in terms of the properties that are being bought by rural development for redistribution, then water becomes the factor. But we also are aware that there are unintended consequences of our legislation. While we decouple water from the land so that the water can be taken to areas where development is needed, but the unintended consequence is that people now held on to water for speculative purposes. Then, and our legislation actually allows people to trade in water, as much as not explicit, but you need to search through the legislation, and as was confirmed by the highest court in the country, that actually our legislation, if you critically read the section 29 and section 26 of our legislation, it does allow water trading. So that becomes an issue. Now, going forward, we're then saying we're going to close those gaps and make sure that water becomes a national commodity and nobody will trade in water, because it's a natural resource that belongs to all the people of this country. So what we are going to do, we are going to look into those specific provisions specifically Section 25 and Section 25(2) of the legislation, to then say we are going to do away with the transfer of the water so that people can stop trading. Now we're going to implement the use it or lose it so that people who no longer want to use their water resource, then they can actually surrender such use back to the state. So this is the intervention in a big way that we are going to do. But we're not stopping there, because currently we know that for us to push transformation and to have the impact that we are envisaging, we need to have delegated legislation in terms of the regulations that will actually empower DWS to deepen and make sure that transformation is fast-tracked. But there is a bit of an impediment also, because when you read our legislation under Section 26, it provides a shopping list in terms of what the minister can make regulations on. Now, the issue of equity or transformation, unfortunately, is not part of the shopping list that we find under Section 26. We're doing a specific amendment to have a provision on the Section 26 of the legislation so that we can bring about the regulations that are going to assist us to expedite and drive transformation in a very bold way. I think I will stop there. Thanks, DJ.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramaila. I think we will have to have further discussions on this as a committee. So we will see whether we can set up a special day that's not a committee day. I will ask the chair of chairs whether we could sit on a Friday and deal with these issues. Also, the infrastructure agency, unpack that, had a discussion with the minister concerning that. So if we get approval to do that, we will have an in-person meeting where we can set aside the whole day dealing with issues that we as a committee could ask the department to respond on and unpack it for us. Are you satisfied with that? Stanley, I don't know whether where are you?
Chair, mina ngokwami I can ngasho ukuthi thank you very much mongacabanga kanjalo, because kuningi ofanele sikubheke, like njengokuthi siphinde si-invite abaka-environment, health, human rights, sibe nje ne-meeting esingathatha whole day, because lana khona sikhuluma. Yes, ngiyabonga, but sangathi ngaba one-to-one, face-to-face.
Yeah, one-to-one, face-to-face. Honorable Ramaila, I see you are back. Are you satisfied with the response you received?
Thank you, Chair. Not entirely satisfied, but to the extent that we could have another opportunity for presentation on this matter, I'm happy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maslangu, then Ditebe, and then Kahakilwe. And then it would be Honorable Moore and Mbiko, and then Honorable Reddy wants another bite. But can we start with Maslangu?
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to the Deputy Ministers present, the DG and the whole team, fellow committee members. Well, my name is Sipho Mahlangu, a member of this committee. Chair, I have three questions.
Sorry. We are not a team. We are not playing here.
No, Honorable member, please. Let's not. Respect each other. People respected you when you spoke, so now respect other people that needs to
No,
speak.
yes, Chair, but
Yeah.
he mustn't call us
Honorable
a team.
member, don't do that again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the protection. I referred to her as a fellow committee member. I did not say a team. But however, Chair, I was saying I have 3 questions as you directed. But before, if you will remember, Chair, very well, when these agencies were making presentation last year, I requested that at least can't we be furnished with a detailed report on the employment of these agencies or entities, in particular, to say how many workers do they have, and explain also their nationality. I have not received that request, Chair. It was just a noting that you must note. It does not go with my questions. We are still waiting for it even now. But my first question, Chair, is in relation to the allegations that I have noted actually previous or a week so or 2 weeks so, the allegations that were directed to the employee of the Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Agency or entity. There were allegations here that were directed to the then acting CEO, who's the employee now there, who was the acting CEO that time when these allegations were raised. Because these allegations were raised that there was a law firm that was appointed fraudulently or illegal, as I say. This law firm was appointed to pursue an forensic investigation based on the allegations which were made there. But my problem is that the question that I want to ask directly to the chair of the board, why did they allow the then acting CEO, who is Dr. Mhlanga Ndlovu, to initiate an unauthorized forensic investigation, which did not even follow the PMFA, supply chain management, and the treasurer's regulation? Follow to that, Chair, I want to know, because the entity is complaining or there's a deficit, there is crying about money. But here they are using a lot of money to institute investigation or to institute unnecessary investigations that were already being done by the department. I want to know why it was that, or why we did not at least use the Auditor General or use other departments' institution if we did not have the hope in the initial investigation made by the department. I need clarity, Chair, on that. On the second part, Chair, I need clarity on in relation to the employment of the same person as the executive there in the agency or in the entity. Because the person, she's not a South African, which I don't have a problem with that. But according to Employment Equity Act, it says when we are employing another person who's not a South African, at least there must be a scarce skill that we are looking for. Here I want to know which scarce skill that we're looking for when we're employing the same person. In the same note, I want to know whether the person, her qualifications, they were vetted now. If so, or if they were not, why they were not vetted? And if so, can we be finished with a detailed report of all those qualifications that she holds? Also, Chair, on that, still on the same question, I want to know whether the declaration was made by the same person of her business interest. Because my understanding is that she was the consultant somewhere or she was doing some business there in her country of birth. Whether she's still continuing with her businesses or she's not, or the department is aware that the same person is still continuing doing business in her country of birth while she's still working here in our country. Is that correct, Chair? And also, when this person was employed, she competed against a South African who qualified. What made the board or whosoever employed this person to overlook the South African who was qualifying to be in the same position as this member is? And the last one that is linked to this question, the person was employed or appointed without her being qualified in terms of the vis-a-vis the requirements. For an example, the person never went somewhere, and there were requirements of 5-year experience to be employed, or you must be a manager somewhere. This person, from directly to the business, straight to an executive, why she was employed without against the qualifications that were required. Chair, I think I've asked 2 questions, and these 2 questions, they've got sub-questions you're going to ask. The last one is in relation, Chair, to the funds that this one cuts across to all the entities. Perhaps I've noted that, Chair, these entities, they used most of their money or their funds or their grants, they used this money for salaries. In particular, the first one, I've noted that 65% of their grants or what they are getting, they are using that money on salaries. Then the other money, they are using it on rentals. It says that a lot of money in these entities is being used. It's been used for salaries or for workers and rentals against the work that must be done, in particular of protecting and preserving our water resource. I'm saying this here to say, if you look at the work being presented, the work is minimal vis-a-vis the money that is being paid to workers. So I just want to know which mitigation plans, so that we do not also require another budget. For an example, we require another extension from what we had. All these entities, apart from those who have deficiencies or whatsoever shortages of money, they still require extra funding, not also to do work or to perform work, but for salaries. Hence, our people, in particular, I mean, I'm from Mpumalanga, people of Mpumalanga do not have water. The water that is being preserved or saved by these entities, it goes to farmers, they irrigate and assist farmers, but not direct our people. Hence, there's lot of money being used here for salaries of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
No, Chairperson, thank you so much. I'm going to request your indulgence, Honorable Mahlangu. The chair of the board can respond to 1 or 2 issues, but I'm going to request that we actually respond. There are a number of issues that Honorable Mahlangu that we have asked. We will want them to process them in the department. I know the issues around those who are not South African. Specifically on this case, I want this entity to respond to us as a ministry. At the very same time, there are certain issues, maybe DG, you might want to come in. But I want us to be on record when we respond to some of these issues. But some of them, if the chair, she wants to come in now, she can do that. maybe 1 or 2 points by the DG, but on behalf of the Minister and the DMC Klula, I think he has joined us from Cabinet now, the CAT Committee. I want us to put this response in writing. There are serious issues that Honorable Mahlangu we are raising. That also requires us on our oversight for the briefing as a leadership. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. Chair, I have noted the question, and I'm going to need to engage with the executive to get more information in the background on this issue that has been raised. Be that it may, Chair, I'm also going to ask if the DG will have the context or the background to this issue so that we can then note further issues that we need to provide a response to. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, maybe come in because Honorable Mahlangu's questions raised were directly related to, the affairs of the IUCMA. And I think rightfully so, as ODM Mahlobo has indicated, these are very serious issues that are being raised by the Honorable Member. While Chair, I think I just want to put it on record that while we take matters of allegations against corruption and maladministration very seriously, I would want to concur with the DM Mahlobo that we are aware of such investigations currently being conducted within the IUCMA as the board. However, Chairperson, I think you'd appreciate that the planning for this session really was to come and deliberate on matters related to our annual performance plan for the 25-26 financial year. As such, Chair, I would want to concur with Honorable Mahlobo to request that we furnish the committee with the written responses on the matters that have been made, specifically in relation to the said investigations that are currently ongoing. And also, I'm aware that in the previous meeting when we met with the committee for the very first time, all agencies to submit to see employees of the agency who gave request that as part of the report that we have made that we then go back to specific questions read. For
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure. They look like we're losing these people from home.
Yeah, I think, I thought it is my signal, but yeah, we can't hear it. Can we conclude on this and just get a response on the salaries? Can we ask the three CMAs quickly just to speak on the salaries, and then as requested, the allegations that you come back to the committee on that. Honorable member, are you satisfied that we deal with that allegations that way, that we get a written response from the department? And I will first ask the CMAs quickly to discuss or speak on the salaries, the high salary that you say that they are paying. Can you quickly let's start with Breede Olifants. Can we speak on the salary of your salaries?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps let me quickly also briefly start with the point that was highlighted around the numbers, Chairperson, of our employees. I think we're sitting at over 75 staff members as Breede Olifants at the moment, with 60% being female, 40% male, and 3% as people with special needs, Chair. And the question around salaries themselves, this question comes up all the time, and I think we do appreciate it, because entities such as ours, which are service-driven entities, where we appoint whole range of specialists, to run the processing, and the leadership of these water resource agencies, it often then appears that we're just simply paying for salaries. And I think we do appreciate the picture. However, this is purely the nature of the business of these entities, in that we are not operational based in a sense of other entities like the water boards, but we are service entities where we, of course, working with the municipalities, working with water user associations, working with various stakeholders to unlock opportunities, while making sure that we work with other stakeholders to manage the water resources themselves, like alien clearing, invasive species, making sure that we issue licenses. We all know that the president has called that all water use licenses should be issued within a period of 90 days. And, these CMAs ensure that the process of water use application, it's eased, because people are being assisted in ensuring that they submit proper documentation to ensure that these water use licenses are issued, Chairperson. So this is a very, very tricky one, and we often have to answer this question, and we appreciate it, because that's the picture. But of course, it's simply because of the nature of our business, Chair. But the work that we do, it's absolutely significant to ensure that water that we receive in the taps remain pure, and particularly where we work in the Western Cape, Chair, you can still drink waters from the tap. And I think that should be the picture across the country, and that's why CMAs are here, to ensure that that is the reality. Chairperson, thank you very much. I appreciate the moment to comment.
Thank you. Inkomati, would you like to add to that? Because I think that is something in general that Breede Olifants has now indicated. Anything from your side?
Chair, I think the only thing that I think we'd like to add is that, water resources in their nature, water resources management, heavily relies on specialized knowledge, in terms of monitoring, regulatory oversight, and also focus on stakeholder engagement, which, necessitates, significant investment in human capital. And as such, you would see, I think, we employ highly specialized technical skills within the CMAs, because of the complex nature of water resources management, which requires, the employment of scientists, engineers, environmental specialists, legal compliance officers, and also, social scientists for community engagements, specialists, and so forth. So I think we are quite cognizant of the fact that, our salary bill is high, and as such, together with the cost containment measures that we are implementing within the agency, we are focused really on ensuring that there's operational efficiencies, so that, we limit on some of the unnecessary spending within our agencies. But we are quite aware of these challenges, and I think some of the issues raised by BOKMA, it's issues that, also are quite prevalent within the Inkomati-Usuthu Catchment Management Agency. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Limpopo Olifants, would you like to add something to that?
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the two chairpersons, which I also agree that we are really recruiting and have to keep specialized and technical skills. We also have got engineers in our agencies. We really need to bear in mind that we need to be mostly market related in terms of salaries. I remember it was shared during the induction how there has been issues in relating to, losing some of the key or high-skilled employees to some other institutions, especially on your research institutions, your engineers. And I can also relate, now that we have started with the recruitment of a CEO, it's really much of an issue in terms of us requiring a high executive who is also an engineer. Then we have to, benchmark against the market there on salaries. But Chair, that is my contribution to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, would you like to add something to the response?
Yes, Chair. Just to say, one of the issues raised by the Honourable Member was that the committee requested a report on all the employees of our entities, or some of the entities, including these catchment management agencies and their nationalities. We did submit that report, Chair. We submitted it in about December. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I won't deny that. We get a lot of reports from you, but can we ask Nosipho can you maybe just make sure that remember? I'll give you now chance, Honourable Deputy Minister. Nosipho, would you make sure that the Honourable Member just get that report as well?
All right.
Deputy Minister?
No, thanks. Nosipho will have to assist, but on this specific employee, we have to resubmit DG. It's a specific employee, including these other matters that Honorable Mahlangu has raised. What we'll do, Chair, we'll direct the board to respond to these issues through us and then through the DG. There are other serious matters that have been raised, and we need to give that full report. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fine. I understood that way as well. Honourable Mahlangu, are you satisfied with the arrangements on how it will be answered?
No, thanks, Chair. I'm satisfied, partly satisfied, but believing that it won't take long as usual. And also, I will appreciate to receive the report as being sent from Nosipho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dikebe?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, to you, to the Deputy Ministers, DG team, and the executives and leaderships of the CMAs, colleagues. Chairperson, I think with the presentations so far, there can be no denying the fact that there is a constitutional, legal, and scientific rationale for the existence of the CMAs. And if there ever was any doubt on the part of any one of us, I think that's been made abundantly clear, and that the CMAs, as stated earlier, form part of the ecology and the ecosystem of the river system, as it were, to give us water in the end. So, Chairperson, I'd like to know whether the CMAs contribute to the funding of the Water Research Commission, and if yes, has that helped with their work around maintenance of the ecological health of the catchment areas? And Chairperson, the second question with regard to Limpopo Olifants, they state there that the debtors' payment days are 150 and creditors' payment days 30. Now, this is indeed good with regards to creditors, but does that not impair the cash flow and liquidity status of the entities if there is that difference? If you look at those that should be paying them, the debtors, that is, it suggests here that it can take as long as 150 days, whereas in fact they seem to be on point with regards to their creditors. And lastly, Chairperson, the IUCMA, what instruments do they use to ensure that a healthy quality of the body of water that they catch in their within their geographic reach is not impaired or compromised to the extent that the body of water in question is shared between ourselves and other 3 riparian states? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Request DG to quickly respond on this matter raised by my leader, Comrade Ditele, and the water boards, if they are also doing it, not the water boards, the CMAs quickly. Comrade Sean will help.
Aren't you ready?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. On the first question around the contribution on the Water Research Commission levy, yes, we are confirming that there is that portion that is contributed. And then regarding the 30 days payment to the creditors as well as the debtors days collection period, we do have in between the augmentation that the department is making available, which is released mostly in the first quarter of the financial year. We also collect previous year's debtors as well. So it's not only limited to the current period's debt, but just to summarize, we do also augment the CMAs to cover for any differentiation between the 30 days and the 150 debtors collection period. Thanks.
Just to add, Chairperson, on the question about whether or not the CMAs fund the Water Research Commission, just to elaborate on the CFO's response, the raw water price, in terms of the raw water pricing strategy, has various components to it. It's made up of a number of subcharges. One of those subcharges is the Water Research Commission levy. So all raw water users pay some money when they buy water, when they pay for water, which goes to Water Research Commission. It's not the CMAs that are paying the Water Research Commission. It's part of the makeup of the structure of the price of water, and it's a charge that's included in amongst the other charges in the price of water. Colleagues, any other additions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any one of the water boards that would like to add something?
Chair, call them CMAs. They will end up asking you, work on water boards.
Yeah.
Chairperson, it is correct, just to confirm that CMAs don't directly pay, but municipalities and water user associations. So those are the entities that actively contribute to Water Research Commission. Thank you, Chair.
So the end users are paying for it. Anybody else?
Correct.
Chair, I'd like to make a contribution on the issue around the management of transboundary catchments. I'm not quite sure if Honorable Ditebe was referring directly to the IUCMA or Limpopo Olifants, but I'm ready, Chair, to respond if the question was related to the IUCMA.
Yes, it is, Chair, with your permission, IUCMA. I just called it IUCMA, sorry.
Yeah, no. Okay. If I may, through you, Chair. Yes, I think the IUCMA, as rightfully indicated, operates within a transboundary catchment, with meaning that its rivers flow into neighboring countries, as indicated, the Kingdom of Eswatini and Mozambique. And this, Chair, necessitates a very strong focus on international obligations regarding not only water quality, but also water quantity. So in terms of there's just a few instruments that we have we're using to approach these compliance imperatives. One of them is the tripartite agreement which we have. As the IUCMA, we explicitly work to ensure compliance with the obligations enshrined in this tripartite agreement, which governs water corporations within the 3 countries. And this agreement also sets the framework for water sharing and also the management of the Inkomati basin. Again, Chair, in terms of the SADC protocols as well, as a South African entity, the IUCMA operates, within or is guided by the broader SADC protocols on shared river basins, which promotes integrated water resources management across all member states. And as such, Chair, in terms of water quality monitoring and assessment, as the IUCMA, we monitor a network of sites, which some of them, are across the borders of the country as well, where we assess, the quality and the quantity of the water flowing into neighboring countries, which is Eswatini and Mozambique. So we also, Chair, have got set engagements between the 2 countries as well through, meetings that are held to ensure that, reports are considered in terms of the management of these trans-boundary basins. And in terms of further programs, Chair, that we have, as indicated, other than managing these particular sites, we've got critical compliance issues along all the basin. And then further that, Chair, cooperative governance as well, acts as a critical feature of the management of this tripartite agreement that we have between these 3 countries. And also, this goes hand in hand with a lot of information sharing, technical insights, and also information sharing with some of the technologies we are using to such share some of the systems, like as in computer systems that we're using for monitoring quality, are also shared, between the 3 countries through its agencies as well. So in essence, Chair, the IUCMA utilizes a combination of various, scientific monitoring projects in adherence to international standards, and also strategic planning through these projects that are initiated through the tripartite agreement to ensure that there's robust diplomatic and technical collaborations between all the partners involved, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dictebe, are you satisfied?
Chairperson, yes, I'm very much satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kehakilwe, and then after her it is Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, DM and the delegation. The agencies, chairpersons, together with the delegations, and good afternoon, honorable members. Chair, before I go to the questions, I just want to make some few recommendations with regard to the boards, the agencies which are supposed to be amalgamated. I've observed in their presentation that they've planned to develop 5 policies per annum. That policy will only be approved the following year and only be implemented on the 3rd year. With my little understanding, I thought when we amalgamate the agencies or entities, there must be a business case where everything is included in that document, their strategic plan, their finances, budget, all the policies, all the strategies. So in short, what I want to recommend, Chair, these are not new entities. It cannot be proper that we approve APP, which says 5 or 3 policies per annum. All the policies are supposed to be there before even the entity is established. The recruitment process, how do they do it without policies? All the policies, everything that is stated there, it's important, but before at least the latest 6 months, they must be there. If both entities are struggling, we've got 2 experienced who we are told they've been effectively functioning for 15 years. Those entities, they can benchmark on that thing. And then the other thing is with the recommendation regarding the BOCMA. The BOCMA with their shortfalls, the way the presenter presented it is not the way it is stated in the document. Because in the document, the presenter, they've written that they will recover that money from the department. Recovery is another thing. And next sentence, if that is not going to happen, then we will have to reduce money from cost of employees. I will recommend that that thing is captured the very same way that the presenter stated that they agreed with the department that when the need arises, then they can start requesting not to recover. And then my first question, Chairperson, is directed to the department. On page 9 of the department's presentation on the overview of the catchment management agencies, it is said that there were originally 19, then 9, now we are at 6. With this merging attributable to economics of scale, what are economics of scale and how did they affect the consolidation of water management areas? And what effect did they have on the surrounding communities? And then the second question on page 10 of the department's presentation about the very same CMA, it says that one of the benefits of having CMAs as a separate entity from the department is that they have a governing board made up of representatives of stakeholders in the water management area. What steps or systems did the department put in place to make sure that members of the governing body look out for the interest of the people who are mostly directly affected? And the last question, Chair, the department has argued that locally managed institutions are more responsive to local needs. What have the 2 functioning catchment management agencies learned about to meet the needs of community, those 2 with 15 years experience, to meet the community needs, particularly those who are poor and don't have access to water? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. Let's thank Honorable Betty for her input. The first comment, Chair, she's absolutely correct. We'll look at this matter because these CMAs, Chair, even if they are being operationalized now, others are old, but all policies must be in place, and the DG has helped them with pro forma policies. But in terms of governance, they must be approved by councils, in other words, by the boards, so that we don't have vacuum. We take that guidance, even when we do oversight, we will do so. The other matters I'll ask DG and the team just to come in very quickly around the CMAs and how communities are being taken on board. Just safe to say that CMAs, by their own nature, Chairperson, is an organization of water users. It's an organization of water users, and this organization of water users, they are normally represented in terms of institutional mechanism. Like we know there's agriculture, there's forestry people, there's domestic users, normally local government, which is the representative of the people. That's what they do. But there's a strong component. They can't finalize something called a catchment management strategy without actually getting input from water users and communities in the main. Because the catchment management strategy is about building resilient, water-sensitive communities. That's what we do, and how this resource can be used in an efficient, effective manner, how it would be managed, how it would be protected, but also how together in that particular water management area or a catchment, they can derive benefit from each drop of water, whether the benefit is economically, whether it's socially, whether it's environmental, whether the benefit is about security imperatives. So at least there is growth. But each CMA does not work in isolation. Our water systems, Chair, they are interrelated, they are interconnected. That's why we use the principle of integrated water resource management as our dictum. That's our philosophy in the DNA. So that all these other aspects are taken into account, even the issues when there are difficulties, the issues of trade-offs. That's why they will have to do verification of users. There must be validation. At a particular point, there must be compulsory licensing, so that at least we open up the limited resource for a number of other demands that are there. But let me allow Comrade Sean with his DDGs 1 or 2 to come in quickly just to complete this response.
You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to answer one question, and then Eustacia is also going to answer one, and Francis is also going to make a comment about the shortfall issue. With regard to slide 9, it's not CMAs which have been reduced from 19 to 9 to 6. It's water management areas. So as the slide explains, you can divide the country up into different configurations of water management areas, depending on whether you base it on main stem rivers or tributaries. In other words, you can say that there's a large number of smaller catchments, but they can be grouped together into larger catchments. And that's what we did. We grouped together smaller defined catchments into larger catchments so that we could end up with 6 water management areas as opposed to 19. And the main reason for doing that is that we think it's more cost effective to have 6 water management areas managed by only 6 water catchment management agencies than 19 water management areas managed by 19 catchment management agencies, which could be administratively expensive. Eustacia?
Thank you, DG. On the question around the business cases, we have, as we amalgamated the water management areas and listed the new CMAs, one of the prerequisites from National Treasury is that we provide a business case for them to evaluate the viability and sustainability of the institution. And we've done that for all the institutions, for all the CMAs that we have amalgamated. And that was, and then the National Treasury listed them as the CMA entities. Thank you.
Hans?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are in agreement. We will work with the BOCMA colleagues to realign the wording there. And as confirmed earlier on as well, any shortfalls that have been indicated by our colleagues, they are being addressed by the department together with National Treasury. So we will correct as suggested. Thanks.
Then Eustacia would also like to add a bit more to the response regarding the processes that we went through to appoint the boards of the CMAs and how we made sure that they represent major local water users and stakeholders.
Thank you, DG. In respect to appointing a governing board, the minister approves the selection panel, and the selection panel follows a process of advertising, having stakeholder meetings with the different water users and different sectors. And the minister also writes to the different sectors to nominate and to present for them to be represented on the governing board.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kega Kilwe, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Chair, and thank you very much, and to the responses.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Deputy Ministers, DG, and to the water catchment agencies for the presentations. I always think it's very interesting to get presentations on water catchment because it can be an area that we forget about because of the source of all the water, but we're really focused on water getting out of taps, so we forget about that. Chair, I'm going to focus primarily on salaries. I know it has been covered a bit, but I think it's important just to talk around it. So across all three catchment management agencies, the employee-related costs are exceeding about 60% of their total budgets. I've tried to benchmark that internationally, and it looks like in developed countries, it should be between 15 and 25%. In developing countries, 25% and 45%. So over 60% is a significant chunk. And in some cases, this is a chunk that is growing rapidly. I'm looking at the Inkomati-Usuthu numbers that went up from 69 million to 85 million, 92 million, 114 million. The latest requested or proposed budget looks for an over 20%, I think, increase in their salary line item. So I'd just like to know if we can get a more concise justification for the ratio of how much they're spending on their salaries, especially considering the fiscally constrained manner of our water sector. You know, some of these entities are saying that they have problems with finances, and yet our salary seems to be very high. The second question is just directly to BOCMA. Obviously, there was the employee-related costs more than doubled between the 2023-24 and 2024-25 years. And while some of it may be a move from a proto-CMA into the full CMA, I wanted to ask, was this expansion benchmarked and approved? Are there any performance or capacity indicators that were used to determine the scale up? And how is the CMA ensuring it does not crowd out operational delivery and infrastructure investment? Because as I said, they do not have enough money under the current budget. There's been a promise for future money, but that promise, as the department knows, they can't guarantee it depending on how the rest of the year goes and the midterm budget adjustments come. Final question, Chair, is in terms of the actual Department of Water and Sanitation, to the DG and to the DM. What mechanisms does the department have in place to assess and approve CMA budgets, particularly regarding compensation of employees? Is there a staff cost ceiling, value for money, performance assessment, or international benchmarking framework applied before funding is approved? And if not, why not? Because the salary costs, when I look at some of these, they are a significant portion of the entire organization and a rising portion. And I know this was touched on, Chair, but it is the key takeaway I took from all three presentations. So I'd like some clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair, may I come in here? I think I just want to add to, my question really is around what Honorable Moore raised. I just want to add to it so one time we can get a response. It's about the same issue.
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. What we have heard and what we have seen is that all these boards, associations, or whatever we call them, the bulk of the expenses is actually, remuneration related. one of the presentation shows you board expenses and then shows you employee expenses, the salaries to employees. My question would be, is the remuneration of board members included in that salaries section? And also, I want to know, are there any board members that are seated in this meeting here today? If so, are they getting paid a stipend every month? And are they getting paid over and above that per hour of their attendance in these meetings? I would also like to know, what is the salary, average salary of the CEOs of these boards? Because one of the presenters said to us that there were 75 employees in that board. I'd like to get a response to that. And also, Chairperson, the issue of one of the members saying that, oh, thank you very much, great stuff, we got CMAs and it's legislated. This legislation was in 1997. So we are here as lawmakers because our job is to find the legislation that's hindering or hampering progress and hampering delivery to our people. And our job is to be able to amend and change that laws. That's what we are here for. So in terms of the response to Honorable Moore, I would like the DG to explain to us exactly what are these costs. We see that there's cuts everywhere. They're trying to cut. Very good. Well done cutting. But when it comes to employee costs, those are increasing. I mean, they're very happy to increase that, but cut elsewhere, which is necessary. Now, this response, Chairperson, is really going to determine whether we should be, I'm actually considering bringing a private member's bill in Parliament, seeking for an amendment to that act so that we can do away with these catchment agencies. It's a complete waste of time and a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, that's your opinion. And you are welcome to your own opinion. Can I ask that these 6 questions be answered together before I go to Honourable Mbiku, that is next, and the last person? Can I maybe just make a comment, is that although salaries are high, isn't it because the income is low? If the income is higher, then the salary portion will drop. But that's just something that I was thinking about. You can continue, Minister.
No, thanks, Chairperson. What I would suggest we do, let's ask Minister to start from the Breede system to answer the 2 questions. Thanks to Honourable Moore, just on the focus aspect. And the others, Chair, they will have to come in, but be specific in terms of these benchmarks that Honourable Moore has assisted us with, to say there is these escalations. After the 3 boards, they are quickly saying, just responding on these issues, including what Honourable Breede says. Some of the issues, Honourable Breede, they will be dealt by the DG and the team, then I'll conclude. And at any point, if DM Secure wants to come in, he will do. But I'm going to suggest let's start with the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I think the question on how they are remunerated, if everybody is remunerated the same way, and then maybe there was a question by Honourable Breede on how much do they get. I'm not sure whether that is available now, and if it's not available, that we receive that within the next 7 days on each and every one of these, even those that will still come this afternoon, if we can get a comprehensive report, because some of these questions will also come up this afternoon, so that we don't need to ask these questions again, that we then get a summary on that. Thank you, DG. You can continue.
That's common knowledge. Who doesn't know what they get paid? Why should we wait 7 days? They should give it to us now.
No, it's okay through you, Chair. Let's allow the three CMAs quickly to respond on certain issues just briefly. The DG and myself will respond on the other matters. Thank you. As an authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then start with Breede Olifants?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, DM. And of course, the honorable members' questions. Perhaps let me just start on the salary. So, I mean, we don't get any monthly stipends. I think we get paid for sitting and preparation for these meetings, but there's no fixed monthly stipend on that. But I think the colleagues can expand on that. And I think there was the question raised by Honorable Moore. It's also around the employees. Of course, we have expanded, the budget has expanded due to the amalgamation with Berg Olifants, which caused to be Bokma right now. So you would see that the salary has expanded quite significantly. It's purely because the number of staff coming from Berg side are much larger than we initially had the Honorable. But generally, the way that CMAs work and operate and ensure that they remain financially sustainable is to ensure that we collect our revenue quite robustly, but we do this by building stakeholder relations with the various stakeholders. We know that various water user associations do not necessarily feel comfortable to pay unless they understand what the funds would be used for. And we've built that relationship to ensure that they can easily pay over the funding that they actually owe to us. And I think working together with the department, for instance, where debt was handed over to the CMAs, honorables, we can confirm here that, you know, through the CMAs, we've been able to overachieve that debt that was owed to the department. And I think this represents the significance and the value that CMAs add. We will definitely provide perhaps in writing. I think the CE, if he has the proper ratios in terms of the operating to HR ratio, he can definitely do that. But if need be, we may want to do that as a collective from the department side, Chairperson. I'm not sure if I covered everything else here, but also maybe just to highlight, Chair, something that I thought might have been left. It's the policies that were referred to. Yes, that's a very critical point raised there. It is to review the policies, not to create them. It shouldn't take that long to create policies, but we must also make sure, and I think as the Honorable mentioned, that the established CMAs and so on, we've actually been meeting with the various CMAs to ensure that no one is left behind, but we operate in a standard way here to ensure that all CMAs function and operate at the optimal level. And we'll be meeting with the one in KwaZulu-Natal on the 27th of this month. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Maybe, Chair, before you proceed, let's allow Mr. Van Staden to come in quickly. I don't want us to go back with too many questions to be answered on the operational ratio and the concern Honorable Moore has raised of the escalating because of they are not new.
Thank you. On the matter of the almost doubling in the employment cost, the reason for that, previously the Bokma was the Breede Gouded CMI, where our budget was a certain amount for salaries, and then subsequently we were amalgamated with the Berg Olifants water management area to form the Bokma now. So all cost is actually together in the one APP after Bokma, but the costs are currently still separately managed. So the one part, the Proteus CMI as they call it, are still doing the function on that side, but the cost is lying in the APP of the Bokma. So what we did then was just to combine the previous cost of salaries of the old Breede Gouded CMI with what is the salary cost of the Proteus CMI to bring you to that total that is currently in the APP. So just in general on the benchmarking of salary costs to water resource management agencies in the world, That is an interesting question, but you can also look at it at experience. I mean, knowledge through the Blue Deal relationship that the department has with some of the waterskappen in the Netherlands. I mean, the current size of the Bokma area is about the size of the Netherlands, right? And in the Netherlands, there are numerous waterskappen or catchment management agencies. I mean, they employed thousands of people. In the Bokma, we've got 100 people. So the 100 people must control, regulate, manage the water resources of the whole of the Western Cape. I mean, think about compliance monitoring enforcement. Think about pollution control. So all the current staff in the Bokma area, I can say now they are very highly, they all stretch. I mean, they all deliver the maximum. And I mean, when you talk, for example, to the Dutch colleagues, they cannot believe actually what is happening here in the Bokma with this few areas. And when you look at what water resource management agencies are doing in the world, many of them, for example, the Dutch colleagues now in the waterskappen, they build and maintain and construct the dikes. Now, those type of things are billions of rands to the budget of those waterskappen. So I don't think that's really a fair comparison. In water resource management in South African context is about providing a professional water management service, right? And we must better compare to other type of entities that is also providing a professional service. Come to mind, for example, is the National Prosecuting Authority. They provide a professional legal service. And I think in that entity, for example, I'm guessing now, but maybe the salaries in that one is like 80%, and the other is 20%. So, but it's a thing that we can look at and maybe see what is the appropriate entities or things that the CMA in the South African context can be benchmarked against when it comes to salaries. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister.
If I may come in, Zanele here, the CFO. Just to add on what Yanni has said, our board members are being paid per hour, per sitting, at the rate that is determined by the National Treasury. So we are following the National Treasury guidelines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that information. Any other water board that would like to add something to this discussion? Inkomati?
Yes. I'm ready to proceed, Chair. It's Lokma, if I
You
may.
can continue.
Okay. Thank you so much. Also to add in for our CEO, our CEO is at salary level 14, which is a chief director level in the public service. And also to confirm, we do not receive a monthly stipend. The board is being paid as per the National Treasury rates for preparation and sitting fee hourly. And not all board members actually qualify to receive a preparation fee and sitting fee. For instance, our deputy chairperson of the board only receives traveling expenses, no preparation and sitting fee because he does not qualify. And also to respond to how many board members are in this meeting is only myself as the chairperson. And lastly, Chair, to confirm what the Bokma Chair has mentioned in relation to the policies, yes, there has been engagements as well as benchmarking, particularly because the interim CE was at VOCMA. So there has been a lot of work and guidance in relation to the policies. And the number of policies that I mentioned there is actually, now that we are reviewing them, we will definitely achieve more than that because in our first board meeting, we already adopted a policy and targeted 4 more policies to be tabled for approval in our next month board meeting. So it is doable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There was I think all the questions. DG, would you like to conclude on these questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Just one comment from me, and then our CFO, Frans, would also like to make a couple of points. I would like to ask Honourable Moore, please, to send me that benchmarking that he did so I can look into it. The first thing I'll do is check whether the entities that he benchmarks against have the same similar mandates to our entities. As has been indicated by some of the chairpersons and CEOs who've just spoken, they don't have, our CMAs don't have mandates like building infrastructure. It's not in their mandate to invest anything in infrastructure. So I think it's important if we're going to benchmark that we benchmark like against like. But if we do find, Honourable Moore, that other catchment management agencies elsewhere in the world are providing similar functions and doing it more cost effectively, then we'll definitely look into it and see what lessons we can learn from them and expose to our CMAs as well. Frans?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Just briefly, just to also confirm that we do work with the CFOs. Our budgets that we submit to Parliament, they go through a very thorough process with National Treasury through the MTF and NE process where there are guidelines, and we also ensure that there is alignment with the ATP. Similarly, with the issues around COE, compensation of employees, we do have a very clear human resource guidelines that Treasury is issuing. They are very strict in terms of the headcount management, how much is the projection of the CPI. So we work, all of us, within those guidelines issued by National Treasury. Thanks.
At our level, Chair, to conclude.
Very much. Deputy Minister, would you like to add something?
Yes, to conclude this thing, Chairperson, we will work with you around certain issues, especially the viability of these institutions, whether it's the CMAs, whether it's the water boards. We've directed DG to work with all of them to implement the following, Honourable Moore, to implement revenue enhancement strategies. It's the biggest issue because the funding stream, they depend on issues of water use charges. Then they must also implement credit control. There are some of them that are already doing this function. They need to look at to reduce the cost. We've also agreed on the shared services model, and it's one of the targets that we shall monitor the team of the oversight, including issues of office accommodation and others. Then there's an issue about recruitment of employees at entry level. This one, Chairperson, is not easy. One, these CMAs, they were supposed to be 19. They were supposed to be 9. Now they are 6. In other areas, other CMAs in terms of areas of operation, they've actually have more expanded areas. But also the water users there, some of them, they are well off in terms of economic spin-off like mines and industries. Others, the water users are just mostly agriculture and domestic. In other words, the economic status of that particular CMA is a problem. We had actually given a decision that CEOs must be at a level of a chief director at level 14. But we have to look at the matter internally. We can't use one size fits all. We can't. Therefore, the benchmarking report is important. In other areas, they will not be in a position to have a CMA that is covering 3 or 4 provinces, earning at level 14, and the kind of the work that must be done, including the issues of economies of scale. We do like the idea, Honourable Breede, management of board fees. The number of board meetings that must happen, including the subcommittees of the board, we're keeping an eye on them. If they wanted to go beyond the number of board meetings that they are supposed to do, there is always a request to the ministry for the issues of extra hours that can be given. But we must also manage, Honourable Chairperson, the abuse. You know, some board members in certain water boards, an example, you find that a fellow is working nowhere and he wants to go and sit full-time there in a water board and behaves like he's an executive director. These are some of the areas, just improving management of state-owned companies. But other than that, we are running a tight ship. There are areas of concern that we are keeping an eye on them so that they don't collapse in our hands. Thank you.
There's one question that you can maybe clarify, you or the DG. The question around whether the hourly rate of the board members are included in the salary package of the CMAs. Maybe just for clarity, or is there a separate budget for that? Thank you.
The CFO can help us quickly because under the program administration, there's a line item about board remuneration on the number of board meetings must happen. CFO, help us quickly.
Yes, thanks, Chairperson DM. That is correct. It's a separate line item, and as you are indicating, it's also disclosed separately.
But we can say, Chair, the budgeting, because CFO still does an oversight and engagement with this one around financial management, especially during this transition. And because the money normally comes from us through transfers, we keep a tight eye. But as I'm saying, not on CMAs, but on water boards, there were people that were being naughty, trying to do more meetings other than the meetings that we need to do. In other words, they think now they must behave with more meetings so that they can get more hourly rates. But those who are belonging into the public service, there's a circular from National Treasury, they earn nothing. And except that they are called something called incidental expenses. That will include issues of traveling. But other than that, Mr. Honorable Breede, Comrade, the issue of management of board fees and the time being spent is an issue that we report on. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Moore, are you satisfied with the responses you received?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the various responses I received. Actually, I'm very satisfied with the timelines we have, Chair, from receiving presentations. Sometimes we don't get to do the due diligence that we'd like to, and I'll admit the DG's comment about appropriate benchmarking is probably right, because I did benchmark against one of the Dutch ones, which I quickly did a Google and does a significant amount of capital work. So I'll do some additional homework, and DG and to the team, I'll make sure to check beyond that. But Chair, just to say, there is still significant capital increases, and we're in a government at the moment that is looking for where we can move money or cut money from some places. And I think we need to be careful because whilst I will argue that water always needs support, other people are looking at us and some of our bigger budgets for line items like this where they can argue for a change. So I appreciate the response, and it's empowered me to be able to continue the discussion offline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Breede, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to make the point that I didn't get a clear response. I did not get a clear response because I still don't know what the average remuneration is for the CEOs of the boards. We heard a lot of side chats, but nobody's pinned it down and said this is what it is, except for the deputy minister who mentioned something about level 14.
It's a chief director in government. That's what
are they getting paid as chief directors?
Yes.
That's right. So if you're looking at a chief director in the department, the number of staff that report to a chief director, the total number of staff, is way more than the number of staff in these CMAs. But that's a matter for another debate. Then the issue of the board members. I asked how many board members are in the meeting today and what is their hourly rate, and whether this is the same across the board and what is the criteria. I did not get a response. Chairperson, I just want to say that I think what is becoming very evident here You cannot deal with APPs alone without the annual report. And I feel that going forward, we should get both those reports and then, discuss this together with the annual report and the APPs. At the moment, we're just dealing with one aspect, while the other, which is very important, is not here for us to have a look at. I also want to appeal to you, Chairperson, that there should be two follow-ups from this engagement. Number one, there has to be a set item in a future agenda, not with all the boards and other members of the boards, just with the DG and our internal portfolio committee, looking at this whole issue of catchment agencies. And I don't want to discuss it here. I feel we should have a more detailed discussion at that level. I also want to, as a second point, is that the discussion from here should go to the plenary, where we will have declarations and take this matter to the broader parliament. I would like to make those two proposals. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Breede. We take note of your proposals. Honourable Mbiku.
Good afternoon.
For this first session.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. My concern is that I'll be having two questions. It is very imperative that these entities should be sufficiently resourced with respect to both financial, technical, and human resources. It is a cause for concern that almost all these CMAs that presented here today reported a shortfall in their budget requirements. My question, therefore, Chair, is twofold. The first question is, could the department elaborate on these budget shortfalls, and what measures will be put in place to mitigate against the impact of these budget shortfalls and on the activities of the CMAs during this year under review? And then the second one, I would briefly reflect on the implications of the budget shortfall in their respective operations, and what they would do to ensure that these allocated budgets are used efficiently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
And now, thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Mbiku, thanks so much. The issue around the shortfalls and others, we are absolutely correct. It threatens the viability and functionality of these organizations. That's why when we actually say there are a number of measures I've referred to, including the points that Honorable Moy and Honorable Breede have said, we have to manage the tight ship. But at the very same time, the end goal of the management of water resources at the catchment level, how we manage it, we protect it, and do all these other things will be very important. I will ask DG again to say what other measures are we looking at just to support that they are able to discharge this responsibility. By our own decision, just to reduce the number of these organizations from the initial envisaged 19 was a strategic decision because there are issues of economies of scale. Economies of scale, they take into account in some of these CMAs, by their own definition, they are not going to be viable. Viability because looking at the nature of the water users and looking at the revenue we collect, because it's a developmental charge. There are certain CMAs by their own nature, they will be very, very viable because of the people that are water users, like industries, like issues of the mining sector and others. They will be able to pay because their socio-economic condition is an important matter. Then also the issue of the CMAs is also about the yield, whether water is available in that particular catchment. And if the water is available in the catchment, whether there is any further development that needs to be done, there are a number of these other issues that must be dealt with, because there are catchments which are already in deficit, but there are also catchment or water management areas that we still have surpluses. But then there are historical issues of a skewed allocation, other sectors using more and others. Just to what Honorable Ramayele was talking about, transformation, redress, and equity, we need to deal with those. But specifically, apart from the 5-point plan I've said around financial stability, around revenue management, credit control, management of board fees and other issues, let me allow DG Phillips and the CFO to say what else are they looking at. But we are also looking at other options just to ensure that we don't kill this organization, with an important objective of ensuring that local water users, they are involved in decision-making and management of their source at their level. DG.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. The policy is that we should work towards a situation where the catchment management agencies are financially self-sustaining. There is provision in the raw water pricing strategy, which has been approved for the Minister of Finance, for charges to be included in the raw water charge in order to finance the work of the catchment management agencies. So in that context, the most important intervention that needs to be done is the one that was mentioned by DM Mahlobo earlier, which is that we need, between ourselves as DWS and all the CMAs, to strengthen billing, revenue collection and credit control. That's by far the most important intervention to make sure that the CMAs are financially sustainable and have sufficient funds. But there are other things also that we're doing. For example, there's potential to be much more innovative with regard to partnerships with the private sector and raising finance from the private sector. For example, the City of Cape Town is working, I think, with BOCMA and an international NGO. They've managed to raise green bond funding on the international markets, and that funding is very innovative. It is basically a financial mechanism where investors in other countries invest in socially and environmentally responsible investments and get a very low return, and they're willing to do that because it's a socially and environmentally beneficial investment. And they're using that money to clear alien vegetation in catchment areas around Cape Town, which is critical for Cape Town's long-term water sustainability, because that alien vegetation is threatening the catchments and resulting in less water going into the dams, which Cape Town relies on. That is all now being done at no cost to the City of Cape Town, just through this innovative green bond mechanism. So we'd like to see all of the catchment management agencies look at this kind of thing, and we've also tasked our Water Partnerships Office, which is supporting municipalities to put in place partnerships with the private sector. They're also engaging already with Cape Town and with Rand Merchant Bank, which facilitated this green bond thing for catchment management around Cape Town. Our Water Partnerships Office is also working with them and collecting information, and is available to assist all the CMAs to try and put in place similar innovative financing mechanisms in their catchments. Frans? Sorry, if I can just add as well, particularly in this transition period when we're setting up the new CMAs, and when we still have a lot of work to do to strengthen our billing and revenue collection and credit enhancement, there's a need for us to augment the budgets of the CMAs. And we are in discussions with National Treasury with regard to that. We are currently augmenting the budgets of the CMAs with money from National Treasury. But as we all know, the money that we can get from National Treasury is limited. No department gets all the money that it would like to have, and the fiscus is constrained. So The money that National Treasury can give as augmentation funding is always going to be limited. And that, again, is a reason why we need to particularly focus on improving billing and revenue collection and credit control to move so the CMAs can move towards being financially self-sustaining. Frans?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. DG, that's correct. And if you look at the allocation that we have, for example, on LOCMA, 87% over the MTF is coming from the water resource charge. So it is our focus to enhance collection, and National Treasury also emphasized the same point that we need to ensure that we collect more. But the point that DM also raised around managing costs, we are currently still managing the contracts for our new CMAs through the shared service model, and we are not making any significant commitments like going to new buildings out of the current office accommodation that we are having. But we'll continue to update DM, as you said, the committee with all these initiatives as we report in the financial defense.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mbiku, are you satisfied with the response?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the clarification. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dikebe?
Chairperson, thank you once again. Earlier on, you said Honorable Breede's proposal is noted. I'm not quite certain as to how that has been recorded, because it seems to me that he is of the impression, and I may be wrong, I stand to be corrected, that we will take this matter to the House to discuss the rationale for the existence of the agencies. If that is the case, I just would like to put it on record that as the ANC, we don't support that because, as I said earlier, the logic of reason has won the day. The constitutional, the legal, and the scientific basis for the existence of these agencies.
Order, Chairperson, order.
You are not the chairperson.
Honorable
You are
Breede,
not
give him
the
the
chairperson.
opportunity. Honorable Breede, just give him the
Nisazobuyela
opportunity.
kumina.
We'll come back to you, Honorable
People
Breede.
will come back to me.
Yeah. If I may therefore conclude, kindly if you could just apprise us as to what has been agreed to, because I wouldn't like us to agree to something fuzzy, something ambiguous, and only to find that it is not quite what we thought it was. Thank you.
Honorable, can I quickly, before he comes in, I said noted. Can you please mute? Can I, Honorable Breede, I said we take note of it. It's noted. We've got a process how stuff goes to Parliament. It does not, if it does not fit in, then it can't go to Parliament. Then Honorable Breede will have to bring a motion to Parliament to debate this. But it is clear that there is a process how committee minutes are dealt with and how apology, oversight is dealt with. I understand his concern and he would like to debate it, but we cannot do it via committee. It's noted, and we will deal with that in the committee and come back to Honorable Breede and then take a decision as a committee when we discuss this matter on how it could be dealt with, if it can be dealt with. Thank you. Honorable Breede?
Chairperson, the honorable member who likes his voice, maybe if he listened, then there's no need for him to speak. But that's exactly what I was
Don't forget me, Chair, please.
Let's follow the process. And I know that at the end of this, there's going to be a need for a report to come before the full plenary to the sitting. When that report comes there, the committee then, I mean, there may well be a decision that there will be declarations. If not, we can request for that in the sitting. So that is the point. And I think the honorable member must understand parliamentary processes before he shoots his mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Makoti, you are really going to be the last one now. We will be meeting at 3 o'clock again. Can this stand over till 3 o'clock? that you want to ask now? Is it related to the specific 3, or is it a general question that we can deal with at 3 o'clock? Honorable Member?
Stop, Chair. I want to ask a question, just 2 now. Only 2 questions.
Can it stand over till 3 o'clock? We can continue 3 o'clock. We're going to continue.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Alex, thank you very much. To the 3 CMAs, thank you very much for availing yourself. We will, as a committee, continue our meeting at 3 o'clock with other CMAs. Thank you very much for everybody that attended this meeting now. And I adjourn this meeting till 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye, everybody.